Controversy for Kanye in Europe. The rapper was supposed to headline an upcoming music festival in Slovakia, but it's been canceled after thousands of people signed a petition asking that he be dropped from the lineup. The festival had been billed as Kanye's only gig in Europe this year. The 24-time Grammy winner has courted outrage in recent years for doing things like sharing Nazi symbols on social media and making anti-Semitic remarks. Back in May, on the anniversary of the defeat of Nazi Germany in World War II, Ye released a new track called Heil Hitler, which was criticized for glorifying the man who orchestrated the Holocaust. The song was banned in Germany and removed from almost all streaming and social media platforms, but racked up millions of views anyway on Elon Musk's social media platform, X. A suggestion from scientists: if you want to live longer, get moving. And it's never too late to start, they say.
A study published by the British Journal of Sports Medicine found people who were consistently active got the most benefit. But even people who did not exercise but started becoming more active had a 20 to 25% lower risk of death. Researchers say their findings show it's never too late to start exercising.
Because switching to a more active lifestyle at any point in adult life seems to help. That was correspondent Michael George.
At Nielsen Dodge, fun is in the driver's seat. The fun begins with our lease termination event. Get out of your current lease early and get into a new vehicle. Choose from hundreds of Jeeps, Chryslers, Dodges, and Rams.
Lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, just $249 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman Crew Cab 4x4, just $389 a month.
So, get out of the old and into the new. Plus, choose from a wide selection of certified pre-owned vehicles. You can get up to $1,500 over book value for any trade.
Get out of your current lease up to 6 months early on Route 10 in East Hanover. Online at nielsendodge.com. A proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
At Nielsen, fun is in the driver's seat.
Jeep Celebration Event. With purple term Jeep 24, Ram 36 months to assign Jeep 3344, Ram 3484. At tax tag 498 DMV.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Stop. All right. Get comfortable here. Water. I'm heating up some pizza rolls. That's why I had to run downstairs. So welcome everybody to the live stream. I'm going to be on for not too long. Just want to be on for a little bit because Saturday, I want to enjoy the rest of the day and all that. And then of course tomorrow is going to be the Anthony Cumia show. Although I'm debating whether I'm going to be doing that anymore, actually, because I don't know. Don't want to get a cease and desist letter. He does, and again, for all you people that listen to that, he does the replay on their station website and their channel, their station channel. So, but I put it here live on a radio. That's why I do it. Because some people, of course, some people can't pick up WABC, over the air. WABC pretty much covers a lot of the country, probably all the way to the Midwest. Although some stations, like for example in Florida, I couldn't get WABC at night because I would get Cuba when I was in Orlando, near Orlando. I got there's a 770 station out of Cuba that just overpowers it, so I could barely get it. Usually for about an hour, so I will get it. But I really later on in the night is Cuba. Overpowers the Well, I don't know about now because remember this is before the all the issues they had on with the power infrastructure and all that. So this is like 4 years ago now, right around. Yeah, 4 years ago. This is right after the pandemic. Actually, during the pandemic, but the later part of the pandemic. I went to Florida, and I remember tuning the AM band down there, and there was a lot of Cuban stations at night. If I remember, I think it was probably 8 of them at least that I was picking up. Very, very strong. I never even tried FM at that time because I wasn't into FMDX scene, but that would have been probably, of course, probably not gonna ever go to Cuba again. I mean, not Cuba, Florida, because my sister-in-law since then sold the house in Claremont and moved to Indiana, so that's why, you know. Oh, hello, Alfredo Leon. Leon, yeah, Leon. Oh, there you go, Danny. I knew you was looking for me, but yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be on for a little bit. I was on yesterday for about 3.5 hours or so. Uh, as you can see, I'm finally getting the shack almost finalized. I had a couple more radios. I got all my transceivers down here. Now the next step is to put my scanner radios, but I don't know where I'm gonna put them at. I have no room. Although I was thinking about putting, well, I don't know if I want to put it up there. Build a shelf up there and put it. I don't know if I want to do that. I'm debating that because that AC is probably going to be there permanent. So I'm going to build something around there and then outside, of course, because I don't think I'm going to take it out in October. I think I'm just going to cover it. This room. Oh, you was looking here too yesterday. Okay. Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, I have quite a few lurkers. I lurk. I go in other chat rooms sometimes. I lurk. Well, I haven't done that lately. I don't really go to chat rooms anymore. I usually I'm so busy with my channels now. Between this channel and of course I have other channels. I got a fly going behind this. I think that's the same fly that was here last night. I'm very busy between this channel and my other channels, and I'm trying to get the other two channels that are over 1,000 subs. If you just go to my main home page on the channel, you go all the way down, you see all the feature channels, all my channels. So yeah, it'd be nice if you could sub to all of them. That would be nice. Danny Finance, Danny Retro Gaming. I need to do that one soon. Actually, I'm bringing down the all the retro gaming equipment now because I'm going to be setting it up on this one over here on this screen. All my retro gaming stuff is going to be over here. And so just you can go to the main page of this channel and scroll all the way down. And you'll see all the channels there listed. You'll see all of them listed. And, they're all there. I believe there's 14 of them listed. 13, I can't remember. Now I can't remember. Some of them I haven't done a video in a while. Some of them I just started the channel a few months ago. I have, of course, Danny Finance. I talk about investing in there. I talk about stock market. I have to go sit because I got pizza rolls. I'll be right back. I don't want to burn them. They're in the air fryer. All right. downstairs. Going downstairs. Let it cool off before you bite into it. All right. Here we go. Sorry about that. That thing cooks fast, and I wouldn't want to burn them. Okay, let me put this here. And I'm going to put the AC on because there's a fly in here, and he's annoying me. Let me do a couple of things here first. I need to get in here. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that I have all these channels. So let me put on 70. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that I have all these channels, you know. The thing is that, there's so much radio topic you can cover, but I have other hobbies, other interests, I don't put them all on one channel. I thought about at one time having one channel for everything, but I kind of like. Actually, I'm going to put the microphone over here. Microphone can still pick me up if I do it this way. Let me see. Audio is in the back end, but you can still hear me probably. If you can't hear me, let me know. Because the microphone blocks. It obstructs my. I have to eat something. Oh, I forgot I had a soda. Yeah, so Alfredo Leon. Oh yes, I just saw. Didn't know you had that. Yeah, so if you could subscribe to them, that'd be great. I have two of them that are over 1,000 subscribers now, but they're not monetized. So I need to get the viewing hours on them. I've been live streaming on one of them when there's some event and stuff like that, and I go on that one sometimes just to live stream. Because YouTube, even if you get 1,000 subscribers, you have to have 4,000 viewing hours a year to qualify for the the YouTube Partner Program. So I found the best way to keep getting those viewing hours is to live stream. Because I my channel, even this channel, I don't get a lot of views. I get views, but I don't get some channels get a lot of views, and they have bigger channels than mine. I'm not a big channel. I may be on a lot. I may be online a lot. You might see my thing a lot and recommend it. But I'm not a big channel. But I have to, live streaming actually keeps the channel alive. Believe it or not. But without live streaming, I would not be monetized. There's no way. If you look at my views, I'm approaching a 771 or 72. I'm still about 230,000 away from 1 million views. So by no means I'm a big channel or nothing like that. I don't claim to be. I'm not, and I'm blessed by it. Hello, Steve Burnham. Good afternoon, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Happy Saturday. Hello, Radio Search. Hope you're doing well, my friend. So I'm just finalizing my setup here. I don't know if I can see. So now I got my Yaesu FT918 here. I got my FT818 here, ND. Of course, that's the FRG 7700 receiver. Over here, I got the Zygo G90 here, which now I'm only going to use that for CW. I'm trying to learn CW now. So that was my old FT8 computer and all that. I mean, my transceiver, 20 watt. But now I'm going to use that just to learn CW. This is a TF6686. Right now, I have it as a web server. I'm hosting my radio. So you can tune in there and tune in the radio on FM. Because these are for the FMDXs out there. That's the computer that's connected to the TF6686. Okay? Yeah, right now it's an WFUV. Somebody tuned to it. So right here, I can see all the, who logged in, and the chat. I can see their chat here. For that, you can go to fmdx.org, I believe. Let me put the website up. Let me go here. Let me minimize world clock. Hey, Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping. Yeah, he's the wallpaper of the day. Xi Jinping as a ham radio operator. There you go. Yeah, so fmdx.org. You go there, and then you go to FMDX web server. If anybody can put the link, I don't want to put the link because I don't want to open up another tab over here. And then in there, you go to servers online. There's 310 web servers online right now. If you go to the Northeast, I'm located in Yonkers, New York. And my server's right there. And you can just go in there. Of course, you only could one at a time can tune. There is a chat in there. There you go. Yeah, right now somebody's on 107.1. I just got that the other day, Luke. Because I'm new to FMDX in here. I've been a medium wave DXer for years. Shortwave listener. Amateur radio operator for 2 years now. This is my first time really doing FMDXing. And the other day, I have a video on it. I was just doing my work here, and I saw WGBH. Somebody was tuning on 89.7 WGBH. I saw it there. I went to the web server, and I made a video on it. And pretty cool. First time I got it. WGBH out of Boston, from Yonkers, about 168 miles. So, and hello, Lucas Radio. I hope you're doing well, my friend. So yeah, so I got it. It was that was a nice surprise. Although people told me this is not the best. Yeah, I also got WHYY out of Philly, which is about 96 miles. I don't know. It's south. What is it? Yeah, it's southwest, I guess. Yeah. No, Boston is further from me than Boston is further from me in distance than Philly. Philly, the Philly one, I get it quite normally. I got in Philly before. Even though this antenna is omnidirectional, it's considered a folded dipole, but it looks like a loop. It looks like a double loop, and it looks like a double loop ring, but it's not. There is an opening. There is a gap there is a gap at the bottom. There's a plastic spacer, so it's really a folded dipole. It's a folded dipole in the shape of a circle, and it's a horizontal loop. So it's omnidirectional. I do have it pointing north. So when I got Philly and Boston, that's broadside. And I get Connecticut. I get quite a few Connecticut ones too. Long Island, I got as far as Montauk. I'm trying to remember the station. I had it written on a note somewhere, but I can't remember now. It's a Montauk station. all the way at the eastern part of Long Island. Yeah, I think it's that one. I think it's that one, 92.1. I think that might be it. I also picked up WIP. What the hell? Oh my God. I'm so excited. All right, Danny, slow down. Talking to you at the same time is not good for you, Danny. Yeah, Luke, I'm new to the FM world. So I'm learning all the, of course, another thing is New York. I'm right next to New York City. So the band is very crowded, as you can see when especially when you do the spectrum, you can see it's crowded. So it's crowded. Yeah, that's what I thought too. But I'm learning that when you get it, you get it. Doesn't matter. Because at first I was discouraged by that. I was like, because we also have HD stations, and I'm thinking there's no way I'm gonna get something in between because, a lot of the stations they're very wide. But no, you just it's more work for someone like me because the band is crowded. But I heard it. I heard the Long Island station. It was late at night though. It was late at night. And that day was of course it was very hot that day. I had the paper on it. It's no, I know it's in Montauk. I believe it was a rock station. I picked that one up too. That one I pick up semi-regular. The WALK Patchogue. So let me read the other comment. That one I picked up pretty 104.7. So I picked that one. That's is it Q104? That's Q104, right? I believe. See, I'm still trying to remember all the because my antenna is pointing north, so I do yeah. So my antenna is pointing north. I do get quite a bit of Poughkeepsie. I get the Poughkeepsie stations. I get one from Walk Hill, PDH. I do get that. I think WHUD is the other one. WHUD, I believe. And then I got in a few further up. I got one in Ellenville. I can't remember that one. I picked it up before. It was one from Ellenville, which is further up. Ellenville's about 70 miles, 75 miles. Ellenville, New York. Also, and that's all up in the yeah. But yeah, Ellenville's further up than Poughkeepsie. It's further up. Actually, Ellenville, you have to go inland, and then it's further up. That's I think I also picked up is it Bethel, New York? Way up there. Eventually, I plan to get this antenna is pretty good. I'm gonna probably keep this one for this one, but I want to get one that I want to be able to with a rotor. I want to get a directional one. So I'm looking into one like excuse me. Looking more into a directional one. Lucas Radio. So you're basically more closer to WNVU New Rochelle and WARW Portchester. Yeah, I'm right there. I'm in Yonkers. So Portchester, New Rochelle are west to me. So yeah, that's all Westchester County. So Portchester is Westchester County. New Rochelle is Westchester County. I'm in Yonkers, so I'm on the western side of Westchester County. I'm by the Hudson. And that's toward the Connecticut border. Westchester County goes from the Hudson all the way to the Connecticut border, right above the Bronx. You got New York City, right? You got the Bronx, the northernmost borough is the Bronx, over on the county line, right? Then it's Yonkers. You got Yonkers, Mount Vernon, New Rochelle, Portchester's up here, and then you got Connecticut. So, yeah, so that's west of me. I probably did. I think I probably did already, but I couldn't get But eventually I will get it. Albany. Because television, but I had the I had omnidirectional. Now I have the RCA TV antenna. I got a better chance of that one getting actually Albany. I'm trying to remember the station. It's like 90 miles away. It's in Albany. Albany's about 90. I want to say 96. Yeah, Peekskill is what am I gonna say? It's not that far from here. I think it's right before Poughkeepsie. It's right around there. You got Poughkeepsie, Walk Hill, Peekskill. That's right near Poughkeepsie. They're all nearby. So driving there, it's about, I'm going to say 50 something, 60 miles almost. It's about a 2-hour drive. My sister-in-law lives in Poughkeepsie. So I've been, I get that station too. I-95, yeah, I do get that. I get most of the Connecticut stations. No, I know. You know about the station. I think that's Brookfield. That's way up there in Connecticut, Brookfield. So I get Bridgeport. I got in Brookfield, New Haven. WICC on FM. So I think you're talking about WRKI. Or WEZN. Is it WEZN? No, 95 I think is Brookfield. I think that's Brookfield, if I remember. That one I don't recall. Smithtown. Probably because I got another station that's always there. Probably another station. No radio map. Yeah, I'm not gonna get that. I'm looking at World Radio Map, but it's not gonna be listed here because is that considered? Yeah, I'm not gonna get that here. If I go to my channel, let me see. I'll say right now. Let me go to playlist. Let me go to FM stations. Where's FM stations? All right here.
Your teams can adapt approved.
I have to go away. I'm sorry.
In Danbury, always online at BazadeAppliance.com. You're planning to get together? The last thing you want to do is cook. But how
That's
barbecue
I-95.
catering worry about planning the menu, cooking the food, and cleaning up the mess? The #1 barbecue catering service in Connecticut, Hog Wild Barbecue, specializes in smoked pork, beef, and chicken and pig roasts.
That's 95.1.
203-994-9944 or go to hogwildbbqct.com. Makes you want to go around. Sit back, settle in, and strap it down. Hi, this is Eric Clapton. Ultimate Classic Rock is back in control. My favorite song. The home of rock and roll. I-95.
Yeah. So I have it on video. That one I did last year with SDR. I-95. I know you're talking about. That's the station. It's not I-95. So the call sign. What's the call sign? Sorry. The other one. Yeah, WRKI. Yeah, that's it. Steve Burner, have you gotten any station out of Elmira? Not on FM. I know on AM I did pick up. I know on medium wave I picked up. But not on FM, no. Not that I recall. Yeah.
From Danny. Sanjay used the bathroom and go to bed. You've been up for 19 hours.
All right. Just send me messages here. Oh my God. Alexa, volume 0. My God, she has to send me messages. I was afraid of that too. Let me go remind my son. But my son sits on the computer all day. He doesn't go, he's like planted there. Kanye. Thank you. All right. My son is like, he loves coding and all that, but he doesn't get up. I mean, he gets up and play, but sometimes he sits too long, and you have to kind of remind him. And he's 10 years old. I mean, imagine when I was 10, I would have had a computer in front of me, and all the information in the world is right there at your fingertips. I probably would have done the same thing. Art Dodd, hello. I hope you're doing well, my friend. And Danny, are you going to the Sussex County, New Jersey? No, sorry, I'm not going. But I'm not going to any Hamfest anytime soon. Maybe someday in the future. I would like to go to one. I've never been to one. And by the way, call sign is Kilo 2 Alpha Delta Charlie K2 ADC. Nice to see you here. No, I have. Of course, I would like to, but I don't see anything in the future going. So I have a 10-year-old here that I have to watch, and my wife is at work now, and I wish I can get away like that. Yeah. And hello, Keegan the Xler. Sorry, let me go read them. Trying to get a bite to eat before. I did not eat anything all day. That's fine. Good afternoon, Keegan. Northwest Arkansas, 77 degrees Fahrenheit, and showers in the vicinity. Okay. I missed your message earlier. Sorry about that. Going up and down, and I'm going to be on for a little bit. So one thing I learned when you say about I thought it would be impossible to get 92.1 over wins. One thing I learned, anything is possible with FMDXing. When it comes in, sometimes it comes in strong. It just even on an existing station, it'll just overpower it. So it's not like I'm learning. Like I said, it's not like weaving with the X things. Nothing like that at all. So 89 right now, for example, 89.7. I could hear. Forgot what station. It's a local. It's low power college station that I sometimes I pick up. I think it's the one from maybe I'm confused with another frequency. I do pick up Vassar College. Is it that frequency that I pick up Vassar? And Vassar is up there in Poughkeepsie. I'm trying to remember the frequency. I might remember. Anyway, sometimes I pick that one up. No, 91.3. That's what I meant to say. Sometimes I pick up Vassar College, and that's up in Poughkeepsie. Very low power station. I think it's like not even 1,000 watts. So sometimes I hear that. That's the one I would normally could pick up. I picked that one up at times. But I picked up other stations there. Like Keegan Station, KUAF out of Fayetteville, Arkansas, on that frequency. So, anything is possible. That's what I'm learning about FMDX. Anything is possible. And it doesn't matter if it's daytime, nighttime, it doesn't matter. Because sometimes it's like 2 a.m, or suddenly signals will come in very nice and like Philly and all that. And then sometimes it could be in the middle of the day. Like sometimes it's between, like for example, when around the sun is going down, right around that time, 7, 8 o'clock, I get sometimes, Yeah, I'm like the guys that been doing this for years. I'm learning from you guys, and I see, I'm learning, and it's fun, It's quite fun now that I have the setup to, I could be working here, and I see that screen, and if I see a station that I don't recognize, I jump into the tuner, the online tuner, and I could maybe even make a video. So now the next thing for me to do is excuse me, is I want to set up my SDR in this one. I want to set up an SDR to record. So I'm probably going to do that next couple of days. Most likely it'll probably be the AirSpy. The AirSpy. I think the AirSpy is the best choice. It's small. I can put it anywhere. It doesn't get in the way of it. The RSPDX is a little bigger and it's bulky, and I think that one also, the USB is kind of getting loose on it. Okay. So yeah. Hello, James Farley. I hope you're doing well. Art Danny, do you have any private stations on the FM broadcast band in Yonkers? Not in Yonkers. Probably in most. I hear them in from New York City. I know there was one in the Bronx that comes in quite often. Although I haven't heard it lately. I know Keegan mentioned. A couple of days ago that I think they got busted. The FCC busted. I caught a few. I busted like I think 2 of them in New York City. But I know the one from the Bronx. I don't hear. I haven't heard them in a long time. Probably in a week already. I haven't heard the one in the Bronx. Because that one, I used to get that one quite. That one used to play like yeah, that one used to play like Dominican music and all that. And then the other one, I believe, is Haitian. It's a religious pirate. Is Haitian. I think they're from Brooklyn. And you hear like they play Haitian music and all that. At the first I thought it was Jamaican, but it's kind of I believe it's Haitian. And now when I heard Creole also on there, I thought it was. At first I thought it was. I thought I got an international, like I thought I got sporadic from Haiti or something, but it's not that. It's a local. Because then when I heard the Brooklyn, New York, and all that, I said, "Oh, okay, this is a pirate. It's a pirate." Because at first I thought it was a sub channel because we do have a couple of sub channels, a couple of stations got a sub channel that, but it wasn't that. It was definitely a pirate because they had the call sign, and I let it play for a while. And the crazy thing about these pirates is that they advertise businesses. Like, how you not gonna get caught? That's the crazy part. They advertise. No, they advertise. Like the Spanish one, right? He's always advertising a seafood place, a Spanish restaurant, and they advertise it. I'm like, don't they know that the federal agent can just go into the restaurant and say, okay, you guys operating an illegal station. I'm sure you pay for this illegal advertisement. So now give us the broadcaster. Give them up. Or we're gonna shut down your business. I'm sure they went in there and did something like that, right? Like they literally advertise. And they put the number and everything. Like area code 718, blah, 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 blah. Or 212, blah, 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 blah. Like, what the hell? That's what kind of pirate is this? I don't understand that. Because it's not illegal to because it's not illegal to broadcast if the frequency is empty around here, right? But they're using a lot of power because if I hit them from Yonkers, that means they're illegal, right? If I can hit them in Yonkers and they're broadcasting in New York City, that's illegal because it's more than the whatever the FCC requirement is for FM transmitting for the local use. So they're pumping out a few watts. So, but the funny thing is that they advertise. That's the funny thing. I'm like they're a legitimate radio station, and they give out the phone number and everything or email. Like they give out the email and things like that. It's funny. It's funny as hell. They listen to that. Yeah, FCC doesn't play any games. James Farley, what I noticed on Skip and Tropo, it happens mostly in the summer when there's a front coming in. Yeah, sometimes that happens too when there's a weather pattern. Like when there's like you said, a front coming in, or moisture. Yeah, that too. But it can happen at any time, really. Especially Tropo. In my case, I know, for example, the Philly stations. That's Tropo. I get it all year round. I can get Philly any. It could be in the middle of the winter. I could pick a Philly. You know, now whatever time of the day. Sometimes I just pick it up. So Tropo can happen, anytime. Yeah, FCC don't play. Yeah, doesn't play. Yeah, with FM Pirates. Yeah, James Hardy. Our dog. We had a pirate in Elizabeth taking call-ins. Oh my god. Call-ins? What the hell? All the FCC have to do is call in. You're on the air. Yeah, this is the FCC. You better get off the air right now. We're coming after you. We're about to break down your door. We got agents waiting outside for you. Oh my God, they're taking phone calls. Gave out his phone number. It was jamming 101.5 WKXW out of Trenton. And he was using a vertical dipole. Okay, wow. Wow. The thing is, they don't think about the consequences of it. Because it's a heavy fine you get. Not only the fine, you lose your equipment, they take your equipment. I believe also that once you have that, you basically can't get any other license. In other words, even if so for example, I'm an amateur radio license, right? Technician level. Say if I was to get busted for that, I lose my license too. So you lose all that. That's crazy. It is a federal government. So federal government usually when they take you to court, when it comes to federal government, when they take you to court, it's like the odds are in their favor that you're gonna lose. So if they offer you a plea deal, you might as well take it. From what I heard about, thank God I never had to go to the federal government. But yeah, I can imagine. James Foley, I only saw an FCC truck once back around 1975 looking for sea beers. Yeah, that's a long time ago, sea beers. Of course, being curious, I went up to the van and looked inside, and they had amazing directional finding antennas on top of the van. First thing I do in the morning is turn on NOAA weather, check all the frequencies. Yeah, I need to set up my NOAA radio nearby. I want to set up my, not that portable, I want to set up the desktop. I want to mount it somewhere. I don't know where. I want to be able to see if I can pick up, as I said, whether DX. Kicking the X, I remember when my late dad would explain how tropo ducting works. Whenever I would pick up Oklahoma City or farther on TV and FM on occasion, warm air layer is between two cold air layers and vice versa. Yeah. That's what James, it's usually some kind of front or something. Our dad, the WKXW radio station engineer, got him. I can hear him. I sent them an email. All his station equipment was bought on eBay. Okay, yeah. James, I remember going to a local electronics store in the 70s, asking for a linear for my CB, and they said, "Let me see a ham license." Yeah, I know. The kid I was talking about yesterday, the kid that they used to pick on this kid. They used to pick on him, and me and him, we had several interests. I was his friend though. He lived across the street from me. But the other kids would be like, "Well, you hang out with him? He's such a dude." I said, "Listen, he's my friend. Like, what the hell?" So I used to always build. Back then I used to build military models, plastic models. So I got him into building models and all that. And then me and him were into computers, Commodore 64, whatever. And then we also into video games, like Sega Master System back then or Nintendo. He was into video games. So he was the one, he started getting into CB radio. So he started, I never seen that guy to this day. I'll talk about it in a minute. So he started with a little, the kid I'm talking about, right? CB. He started with a little Uniden, 40 channel, whatever, little CB radio. Then he stepped up. Then he bought he saved up money. I forgot what he was doing I think he was bagging groceries and all that other stuff. He had a little job. I think it was a little part-time. He used to work with his uncle at a bodega. So his uncle would pay him money. And then I think his mom gave him the rest of the money. Because I didn't go to his house. His mom, she said like, "Oh, you're a nice kid. You take, you look after my son." And okay, I was like, because I'm a little older than him. So he bought a Cobra. It was a nice one, single sideband. He said, "Oh, this is single." I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. He said, "This is a Cobra with single sideband." I'm like, okay, I had no idea what the hell single sideband was. And then he said, "Next thing I'm gonna do is get a linear." I'm like, "What the hell's a linear?" So he explained to me that linear is because he said that's basically to boost the signal, to amplify. He said, "Yeah, but they're illegal." I'm like, "Oh boy." And the kid was only like, I think at that time he was only 12 years old. He got his Cobra radio. He was like, "Man, this is single sideband." And then he saw me the control and said, "Yeah, look, upper sideband, lower sideband." I'm like, "Okay, what the hell is this?" He said, "These are more channels." That's the way he explained it to me. I'm like, "Oh, more channels, okay." He said, "And you could get get out further and whatever." I was like, "Okay." He was very excited about it. So he was the one that started getting me into that type of radio. It was a nice one. It was a Cobra. I can't remember which one with the model. I know it was a base model. It was a base model. I believe his was in white. It was a nice one. It was very nice. I think he spent a few $100s on it. I think it was. He might have got it. I think he might have got it for a couple of $100s or so. I don't remember. Something like that. I'm trying to remember exactly. He might have got it for maybe under $300. It was a Cobra. And I remember a Cobra. He said, "No, this is a Cobra." And then actually the next thing he did was he bought the mic. He bought the was that mic? What's that mic? That's like something an eagle or something. I can't remember right now. My memory's like. I think he was gonna buy that next. He was gonna buy that next. I remember he had a catalog. And he would look at the catalog and drool. "Oh, I want that. I wanted that. Yeah, Silver Eagle. The lollipop. Yeah, that's the one. With the big yeah, that's the one. That's the one, the Silver Eagle." So he's like, "I'm gonna get that next." I say, "Man, this guy gonna have a big freaking studio." But he was the one that got me into that. I remember me and him going to the roof of the building, and he said, "I'm gonna put he had a fire stick. Fire stick. That was his first antenna. Was a fire stick. Then he was talking about SWR and all that. I'm like, okay. I had no idea what. And he's like 12, 13 years old. He's really getting into this stuff. Of course, I ran into him a few years ago before I moved here. And he's a detective now. He was an NYP detective. So he became a cop and eventually he became a detective. So they used to pick on him. When I saw him, he was taller than me. He's cut up. He said, "Hey, Danny, what's up? Remember we used to build models?" And I'm looking up on him now because he's tall. He's Dominican, he's the Dominican kid. Now he's New York City police detective. Freaking, he's like buffed, but thin buff, like a basketball player buff. And I'm like, the way I look basically 20 years ago. He's like, remember we used to go, Mom? Remember to see me? Yo, you into radio? You into radio? And he starts talking to me like he's a little kid again. This guy's a freaking detective now. With his fucking badge and everything, his fucking gun. I'm like, oh my God, this guy's he's a cop. But back then they used to pick on him. I was around 16, and he was around 12, and they used to pick on him. And I even knocked out this other kid. I used to always mess with him. I told him, why you pick on him? Why don't you pick? We used to play football and all that. Street football. And I remember he was messing with him. And he was my teammate. I took him as a teammate. And I was the quarterback. And he was one of my wide receivers. So I told the kid, I said, yo, listen, stop picking on him, bro. What are you gonna do? What am I gonna do? And he stopped picking on him. After that day, he never picked on him again. In fact, the next day they kicked him and said, well, you punched me in the face. I said, because you picking on him. And I told you to stop. 16 years old, whatever. And I told him, stop picking on him. Because it bothered me. That's my friend. I told him, stop picking on my friend. He's not doing nothing to you. You got nothing better to do. You're just bullying him right now. Right now, you're just bullying him. So I bully you. I told him, you bully him, I bully you. How about that? Because, I was a little bigger than him. In terms of, because me and him used to work out too, So I guess, he was always competing with me, like in sports. He's one of those people that always competed with me in sports. Like every time he played basketball, he tried to one up on me, but I would always beat him. When we would play pitching in one-on-one, it's like stickball, but one-on-one. I would beat him. Like in the schoolyards, as one-on-one, I won like 90% of all the games against everybody in the block. Because I could pitch. I know how to throw the ball. I can make the ball move. And I can hit. I used to hit a lot of. I used to hit balls out the schoolyard all the time, and they were like, "Oh my God!" So I used to win like schoolyard. I was like almost undefeated. So when I had people 2-on-2, I want to, Danny, you gotta be on my team. Come on, Danny, come on. One-on-one, we had like tournaments, and I would always win most of them. I think one time I lost to somebody, but unfortunately, he was a nice guy. I lost to him one time. Me and him became best friends, and then a few years ago, he passed away. And I didn't even know he passed away. He passed away during COVID. And I found out later on, like a year after that he passed away, and I felt bad about it because I missed the funeral and everything. I didn't know he was gone. He was a nice guy. He was a nice kid. He was the one that recommended me to go to Monroe College and get my degree. You see what I'm saying? There's always people in your life. Not only you help people, but there's people that help you move ahead. And he was one of them. He was the one that told me, because at that time I wasn't sure what I wanted to study. And then he told me, Danny, you know so much about computers, man. Just go to Monroe and you can get your degree in like 18 months, your associate. He said, what you know, you ace it. He was the one that pushed me. And he had just graduated from there. And then he went to College of Mount St. Vincent, graduated from there. Then he went to become a teacher, math teacher in New York City Public School. So he became a math teacher. But we lost touch after I moved over here and the whole thing. And then I found out like 4 years ago that he passed away. Because he was having a lot of health problems. When I saw him about 9 years ago. His sister had just passed away. And I went to the funeral and I saw him. and he was already 300 pounds. He could barely walk. And I'm like, and people were like, yo, what's, and I was like, I don't know, man. I say, because he was putting on a lot of weight. It to the point where he couldn't even walk. So I guess he died of complications from diabetes and all that. So it's sad, growing up and you see all these people that you grew up with. And he was the only one that beat me. That guy, he was the only kid that beat me in stickball, one-on-one pitching in. And he didn't beat me. He whooped my ass. I think the score was like 16-5. I remember something. I mean, he whooped my ass. Like he was hitting everything that I threw at him. He was hitting it. He was hitting it. I think he might have scored 20 runs. I don't remember. I know he whooped my ass. The whole block was like, "Oh my God, you losing to him? You losing to him?" And I couldn't figure it out. I was throwing everything at him. I was trying to throw fastball inside. He was hitting everything. He was like, "Pa!" right over my head. He was getting a lot of hits though. A lot of, those dinky dunks. Oh my God, driving me crazy. I couldn't get him out. And then I was so he took me out of my game that even hitting, I started striking out. I started striking out a lot more. Like he took me off my game. He was the only guy. If I remember him to this day, of course I know his name and everything. I don't want to say it because but yeah, he's the only kid that he whooped my ass. And he's not a very athletic guy. He's a belly kid, but he was a smart. He knew baseball. Me and him was like an encyclopedia. We would throw stats at each other because I studied a lot of baseball books and all that, and he did the same thing. So me and him, we were like the two baseball minds. So that day, he outplayed me. Mentally, he outplayed me. I mean, I'm telling you, when I say I lost, not only I lost, he whooped my ass. He was the only guy that ever did that in the schoolyard. And I never played him again. That was it. A couple of times I played it. A couple of times before that, I beat him. But that day, I don't know what happened. Everything was lined up. He beat me. And he beat me soundly. And the whole block was like, oh, they were, right there. Every time he would get a hit, they would go, oh, oh. That got me more freaking up, I kept trying to throw everything I had. Yeah. All right, let me go back up and read. Yeah. Talking about the schoolyard sports and all that. Yeah, I miss the old days of analog TV. I never got to do that, I wish, sometimes we should go back in time and appreciate those things more. James Farley, there's a guy across the street. No, he lives down the block. He's on the same sidewalk as my sidewalk. But he's down the block. Right, because my house, there's a couple of houses next to mine. Then there's a couple of, garages, mechanic garages, whatever you call them. Body shops. Yeah, body shops. And then there's a building that's for affordable housing for elderly and disabled. So his window's on the second floor, in front of the building, and there's a couple of trees in the front. And there's one, it's kind of like some kind of pine tree, is it? Like some kind of, and you can see a little wire coming out of the window. It's still there. It's still there. I go through there every day pretty much. I walk down there. It's still there. But I never seen the guy look out the window. I thought about going up there, knock on the, I don't want to do that. I thought about it. Nah. But I never seen a person look out the window. A couple of times I saw the window open, especially on a hot day, But I never seen anybody look out the window. So I'm assuming that this person, I'm going to assume is a male. Probably doesn't want to be bothered by anybody because it's always dark in there. When you look at the windows, it's never light lit up. It's always dark, and I've never seen the person look out the window or anything. So I think this person doesn't want to be bothered. Probably lives there all alone. You know, a lot of people in that building, they live alone because that's the elderly. You know, like low income housing for the elderly and disabled. So, he's probably, maybe he's disabled also. Maybe that's why he's not in the window. Maybe he's homebound. Or he could be homebound too. But I never seen the person look out the window. All I see is the wire. It goes to the tree. The people that right there below, the people that maintain they mold on, they've probably seen that wire and they leave it alone. But it doesn't touch the ground. It's from the second floor, it droops to the tree. So where it droops at, there's a part where you could probably reach and pull it. But nobody messes with it. Because I thought by now the maintenance people would have, but nobody messed with it. I guess they leave it alone. So, good for him. That's, but it's still there. The wire's still there. Yeah, James probably. I still have some of those catalogs from the 70s. There was some. Yeah, the one he had was like a paper. It was it looks like it was all paper. It wasn't it was like a paper catalog. It was like somebody printed it in their backyard or something. Cause he got it from somewhere. I guess originally he had bought something from them, and they sent him the catalog. It looks like it's made from somebody's garage. The catalog. I don't know. It's not a popular. It's not like a big brand store type catalog. It's the same thing. Like for example, I had a catalog like that too. When I bought my first cable TV descrambler. So for those of you who know what that is, a descrambler. So it was how I got that scrambler was, when you look at Popular Science or Popular Mechanics, in the back there's classified ads and regular ads, So there's ones that say if you want to, all your 100 channels for cable free. So I answered one of those. Yeah, you call them up or you answer. I think you call them up, and they send you the catalog. So they sent me the catalog. It's like a paper catalog. And it had all of these scramblers in there for what type. So in my case, when I called them up, they ask you, who's your provider? I'm like, Cablevision. Oh, okay. Where? In the Bronx. Okay. You need this one. And they tell you the model. Okay. And then I think I paid like $150 for the scrambler, and they give you a converter box to use with that. So you take out the old box and you put that. And I had a good run for I think it was like 7 years. Every channel you can have, pay-per-view. I was watching all the Tyson fights. Free. All the WrestleMania back in the days. All that stuff, man. Even the the movies and the other movies. My friends would come over, they'd be like, yo, put it on that, spicy channel. My friends come over, yo, put it on the spicy. Spicy, you know what I'm talking about. They would come over and put that. I'm like, yo, bro, don't put it so loud, My mother's upstairs. Want my mother to hear that? She's gonna kill me. because they would put it loud. I'm like, what the hell, man? You got people in the house. You know, you're a bunch of bellacos, man. Come on. No one my mother think I'm a bellaco. What the hell, man? James Pauly, my favorite mobile CD antenna was the K40. Navajo baby. Those things were really sensitive. The only antenna I had was a Fire Stick. He gave me his Fire Stick when he bought an Antron. So he gave me the Fire Stick. He said, Danny, yeah, I'm gonna give you the Fire Stick. So, you know, and I think he as a matter of fact, he gave me the Uniden too. He said, if you want, I'll give you the Uniden. And he gave it to me, but I never set it up. The Uniden. He gave me his little Uniden and a Fire Stick. And I had it for a bunch of years. I never used it. I think I want to give it to somebody else later on. In fact, I did. I know I'll give it to somebody. Yeah. James Pauly, I had a tuner plus 3. Okay. Yeah. Hello, Luna Loud. I hope you're doing well. Shakespeare Big Steak. I heard of that one, but I know he had the. No, I think that's the one he might have had. The Shakespeare. No, I don't think he got. I don't think he had the Antron. I think he might have got that one, the Shakespeare. Now I remember now. I think he went from the Fire Stick to that one, to Shakespeare. James Pauly, I used to build model battleships, put firecrackers in them. Oh, this is from Sam's Club. They were like, I think like $12 a piece or something. So this one, of course, the back of it is a picture of him. It says Mustang, Foreman, Ford Mustang. So the back of it is, let me show you that. It's Ford Mustang. I don't know if you can see it. Mustang. I can't see anything. So you can see it. Mustang. Yeah, my wife was like, yo, you need some new shirts, man. You're looking kind of. So she picked up a few of them for me. So. I remember schoolyard baseball. There was a guy that had real baseball. He was our friend. Yeah, because I grew up playing sports. So we used to play. We used to play on the street. We would play stickball. We would play football on the street. You know, what they call two-hand touch football. We would play like this. There's two types of stickball. There's one that you hit the ball yourself. There's one that you pitch it. So we'll play that. We actually will play street basketball. We would look for one of those wooden utility pole, and we would put a milk crate. We cut the bottom of the milk crate and put the milk crate on the wooden pole, and we would shoot baskets inside the milk crate. And then eventually, I made a backboard. We supplied with a backboard, and we went to a local yard, playground not far. Well, not the nearest one, but a few blocks. Middle of the night, and I would take down the rim. And when we went there with a couple of wrenches, some pliers, I took down the rim. We stole the rim from one of them. I'm not proud to say no. Well, yeah, we came home with a rim, basketball rim. And I put that basketball rim on the wooden board, and we actually had a basketball court. And then finally, because we didn't have a basketball court in our neighborhood. There was one a few blocks away, but there was always playing there, and that was not our block. You know, I don't know, but I know growing up in New York City, when you live in your block, that's your neighborhood. If you start going to another block and you don't know anybody in that block, that's trouble. So You know, you can't just go to another block and hang out there and thinking that's your block because you're gonna get your ass kicked. You know, every block had like a crew. You know, it's not a gang thing. It's just the way it was growing up in New York City. You know, like our block is, you know, I don't want to name the exact block, but we had a crew. We actually called ourselves the name of the street crew. That was our crew. That was our block. So it was like a commission. So nobody outside the block was allowed to do business in this block. That wasn't going to happen. You know what type of business I'm talking about? Any type of business. Was that going to happen? We're not going to let that happen. So, you know, in other words, we ran the block. Let's say it. By the way, this is not organized thing, or, you know, organized. It's just that's the way it was. We don't let our block get out of control because of another block. That didn't happen. Not in my heyday. If I had something to say about it, it wasn't going to happen. That's why our block never got out of control. Our other blocks had crackheads all over the place, garbage. No, our block was clean. When people went to our block, they were like, "Yeah, wow, your block is clean." I'm like, "That's right. We take care of our block." You see what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying, right? So so our crew made sure that it never got out of control. And by the way, a couple of them did do other ventures. And I'm gonna leave it at that. You know what I'm talking about. So they didn't want that stuff there. They had their own venture. You see how it went? So me, I just didn't want it because I wanted to be safe in front of my house. You know, there's some places where you couldn't stand in front of your house. Our block was not like that. Our block was very tight. Because we had people there who were learning. I was there a long time. I was there 40 plus years in that block. So everybody knew me. The whole neighborhood, the whole block knew me. Even, in fact, the whole neighborhood knew who I was when I walked down the street. They knew. They knew who I was. For a lot of reasons, they knew who I was. I'll leave it at that. If I go there back there today, there might still be a few people left for the old timers. But right now, that block, and you know, and maybe a couple of them, oh, I remember you when I was a kid. So we had crew. Every block had a crew. You know, we had a crew. Some people would wear the shirt, a t-shirt, whatever. But I never got to do that t-shirt nonsense. But we had a crew, and we had to keep things in check. You know, we never let our neighborhood get out of control. We never let another block. That's another thing. You never let another block take over another block. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, we never let that happen. We made friends with other blocks, like alliances, and we did that. Because sometimes they would tell me, "Danny, I want you to play for my block." I had that too. They would come to my block. Yo, where's Danny? We need him to play with us over here for softball. We got a softball game. We need him. We're going to play for a case of beer. So then, you know, and so they accepted me in their block. I know it sounds crazy. It sounds like very, and I became like, you was an honorary member of their block. And then their block knew who I was. Oh, you that guy from, you know, you got a guy from Walton, whatever. You Walton there, yeah. You know, you know, he kind of follows you. And then there was the other stuff. And then some of them were doing, you know, other stuff too. So they would be like inviting me to places, and most of the time I would say no, but once in a while I would go out with them and. Not even going out to this party. Come on, man. Come on. You got to be careful, you know. I tell you, man, I got many stories, man. Many stories about that stuff. And I gotta say, growing up in New York City is it's a different world. Like, it's not for everybody. You know, it's not for everybody. It's like You know, I was watching the John Gotti movie the other night, and I was thinking about all that stuff. You know, like when they were sitting at the table and they were like, the consigliere tells Gotti, "Hey, I got a couple of people I got this guy from Brooklyn. We want you to go whack." And Gotti looks at me and said, "I don't do Brooklyn. I'm in Queens." He says, "I'm in Queens. I don't do Brooklyn." He said, "Guess what? Get a Brooklyn guy to do that." And then Sammy the Bull says, "Oh, you know what? I'll do it." Because Sammy the Bull's from Brooklyn. He's like, "I'll do it. He's an embarrassment. He's my embarrassment. I'll take care of him." Because it was his brother-in-law. So Sammy the Bull says, "Anyway, I'll do it. He's my embarrassment. I'll do it." And then he finally, you know, of course, the next scene, he whacks him. You know, because they told John Gotti, "No, it makes sense that another outside of Brooklyn does the whack." Gotti said, "No, I'm not doing it, but you know, it's I got, you know, it's I'm in Queens. I got my own business in Queens. I don't want to go to Brooklyn. That's the way it is. But it's on a microscopic scale in terms of blocks. In New York City, is also block related. You know, yeah, you've seen those. You know, there's gangs out there that they named after a street, right? Like 18th Street Gang. That's a famous gang in El Salvador. MS-13 rival is 18th Street Gang. They started, why? 18th Street, Calle 18. So there's literally crews in every block sometimes. So that's why, too, when you go to another block, you got to be careful because if that's a rival, and we have rivals. We have rivals. They tell you, don't walk through there because you just, it's real, seriously. Or you from this block, you don't go to that block. Or you asking to get, you know, it's real like that. Even though you're not I was affiliated because the only reason why I was affiliated because I knew them. And, you know, but, you know, what I mean by affiliated, you know, not the way it is now. That's not like that. The way it is now is crazy. You know, they do all the, I got none of that. But I was affiliated with the block. Yeah, I was. So anything happened with them, automatically I had to get involved or they got me involved. That means, Danny, don't go by this area because this and this happened. Okay. Thank you for telling me. That's the way it was. That's the way it was. That's the way it is. And then you got, you know, that's it. That's the way it was. All right, let me go through all this here. I'm sorry about that. Sidebar with the neighborhood street thing. James Fine, my local church has CYO basketball. It was one of the best. Yeah, we had that too. We had local churches that they had basketball. Of course, we also had the PAL, Police Athletic League. A lot of cities have that, Police Athletic League. So we had that too. Also, the boys club. We had a local boys club. We would go there once in a while too, play basketball. Boys club. Luna Loud, do you know about TVDX for WGRB or WCAU? No. Is it WRGB? Excuse me. No, I haven't TVDX. Especially now with the digital, I haven't had any luck with TVDX at all. So, and you guys talk among yourselves there. Jay Spaley, I know you have some fancy brickwork in front of your place. Yeah, that's the way, when they built the house, that's the way they built it. When it was built in 1924, that's the way the brickwork was built. It had the light brick, then it had some dark brick. Yeah. And some of these houses were similar. brickwork. They all had similar brickwork. So you could tell which houses were early. So my house was probably one of the first houses in this block. In fact, I ran into somebody that used to live in this block. Last summer, I was cleaning the front of my house. I was sweeping. I think I was in the garage cleaning. And somebody came by, around my age. He just started walking all the way over here and started talking on the phone with, and he's talking about, memories and all that. And then I'm looking at him and he's talking about memories. And I asked him, I said, you used to live around here? He said, yeah, I used to live right there in that house right there. And then he started telling me about this block. So, I think he lived there like almost 50 years ago. So this block was a lot different 50 years ago. That building down there, the elderly housing, that was a flat lot 40 years ago. And he told me, I think it was they had like a couple of horse stables. I'm like, they have horses now? He said, yeah, they have horses. They have stables down there with horses. I'm like, what? 40 years ago? He said, yeah. He said there was time there was a couple of stables. So he was telling me about the block back then that they used to play stickball here and all that. I'm like, oh man. I said, it sounded like my block back in the 70s. Same thing. So, it was kind of nice to hear from him. And I told him, do you have pictures? He said, no, I don't have pictures. I said, I wanted to see them. I wanted to see this block how it was 50 years ago. I only have one picture that I found on a website of this block. Not even this block, the front of my house in 1954. It looks pretty almost the same. It's just a couple of little things. And there was the car that was parked in front of the house. It was like 1950 something. I forgot. It might be 54, 56. But yeah, the brickwork is the original. That's from when the house was built. It has some fancy brickwork. In fact, they don't make those bricks anymore. Because the garage, we had to fix the front of the garage because it was about to collapse. It was leaning. So the contractor said, no, those bricks, we can't find those bricks anywhere. So I told him, okay. So he gave me the different brick, almost same tone. I said, just use these because, we needed to fix the front because it was leaning. It's old. It's so old. It was already. So we had to tear down that and build a new one. The front of the garage. The front of the detached garage, excuse me. But yeah, this house is 100 years old. Well, it's 101 now. Last year was 100 years. It was built in 1924, this house. Luna, I own. Do you own a Roku? That's right there. That's a Roku. That's a Roku. That's a 55-inch Roku right there. I own 3 TSL Hisense. That's Hisense. And O&M Walmart. Also do streaming cable channels like CNN. Yeah, you have that streaming stuff. I have over the air. I did an over the air band scan the other day. I have that hooked up to the RCA. You see the box right there? That's the antenna that's on the roof. That's hooked up to this. RCA AN 75. So that's my TV antenna for this. So I got 92 channels. 92 channels right now. James Fund, I remember when I had an apartment in West Virginia, when I went to school there, they only had one movie channel. The only thing that channel company did was put a filter for that channel. Okay. James, so I took off the filter off and ran through it and put it on, and so they wouldn't suspect anything. Okay. Luna, I used to watch pay-per-view and paid on demand through Optimum, like Playboy, Howard Stern, In order to cancel our Optimus or other providers in Brooklyn when I was young. Okay. But this is before digital cable. When I had to descramble it, that was analog cable. And then I think it was around 2000. It might have been 1999 maybe. Then they went to digital cable, and that killed that. My box was obsolete. And it was obsolete. And once in a while, they would still scramble it. So I had there was a guy, he used to live up the block. He worked for Cablevision, and then he got me another box. He said, no. He said, then I bought the box off of him, and that lasted for another year or two. His box is the same company box, but it was not. I'm talking about before digital. It's the same company analog box as the one he installed, but his had a chip, and it had a little button in the back. He added a button, and he said whenever they zap it, just hit the button until it comes back, and that's what I was doing. I was hitting it. So he told me, he was doing that on the side. Of course he could have got fired for that, but he was an installer, and on the side he would hook up people's, you want to unlock everything, Of course. How much? A couple of more C notes, a couple of more Benjamins. So, but then around 99, that was it. I think when they went digital, they changed it to IO. Remember they had IO? Well, and you guys, when Optimum became when Cablevision, I remember when Cablevision became Optimum, that's when they went digital. Because Optimum was digital. So Cablevision was the old analog, and then they changed their box to Optimum. And then they had that remote with the IO on it. You press the IO. And that was it. That was the end of my free. And then I went to FTA, satellite, for a couple of years. Then I went to satellite. I went to Dish Network. And then what you do is you buy the, I still have the boxes. They're over there somewhere. Actually, they're in the next room. I bought the ViewSat box. I had 3 of them. ViewSat, what you do is you got to go to a website, you get the bin file, you put on the USB, and boom, unlocks everything. So I had that for like 2 more years. And then, like 2 more years, maybe 3. And then the original Nagra, it's called Nagravision. That was, decrypted, of course. Then they went to Nagravision 2. That one was decrypted. Then they went to Nagravision 3. And Nagravision 3, that was it. I can still use them today, but only free to air. Only free to air. That's it. So I still got the boxes today with the remote because I bought them all. From catalog. I forgot what catalog. So the brand is ViewSat. So ViewSat. I was watching a video the other day, North Coast. I forgot, what's his name? North Hobbier. He does like a lot of satellite and TV videos, reviews. I think it's North Coaster Hobby or something. I forgot. Anyway, his channel, you can look it up. He talks about satellite and TV. I watch his channel sometimes. He was the one that made the review on this antenna, and that's what made me buy the antenna. He has a nice channel. He talks about all that. He's very knowledgeable and all that stuff. I like antenna, man, but sometimes, like when he talks about AM, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He just, And plus, he doesn't, he only covers TV antennas. North Coaster Hobby talks about satellite too. That's why I like this channel. He talks about not only over the air, but also satellite. I first saw him on Robbie Strike's live stream. So that's how I found his channel. Robbie Strike is a satellite nerd, so Canada. So I found him there, and then so now I watch his channel too, the North Coaster Hobby. I don't have him sub here, but I should sub him here anyway. I need to, but yeah, I watch his videos every once in a while. And that's how I found this antenna review in there. And he also reviews FM antennas too. He has quite a few of them. He reviews antennas every so often. Also boxes. As a matter of fact, the video that he made a few of a while ago. Maybe it was a couple of weeks ago or so. He talked about using an old box for FTA, and you can still use them. It's just the old box. You have to really know all the parameters. The newer boxes now, you don't have to do all that. It kind of already has all that pre-programmed. So, if I had the space here, there's a few businesses here. They have an old C-band dish that they're not using. I would have asked them. Listen, that C-band dish, but I wouldn't tell them. I would just say, listen, that old dish, you want it? You want me to take it off the roof? And I would have mounted it here. So I just have no more space for that because I got trees out there now and all that. And it's just, there's no way I can do it unless I can put on the roof on some cinder blocks or something. I don't know if I want to do that. I always wanted a C-band dish. So he was talking about it. He said, yeah, because there was another video that he made about comparing the C-band dish to KU band dish, which one is better. So he was comparing the two, and I have a KU band dish. That's what I have. I have an old one. I still have it in the garage. But I really wanted a C-band dish. And he said you can still pick up a lot of channels today. But a lot of channels, I pick it up over the air anyway. Is the ones I pick up here. Me TV and all that. I pick it up over the air. So why would I want to set up a satellite just to pick up the same thing? And then all the other stuff is religious channels and things like that, which, again, I have an app that picks up international channels. So, again, that's why I see it doesn't make sense to have one. Now, if I would have had a place with a lot of more acreage, I definitely would have hooked one up. I definitely would have got an old C-band dish and hook it up, I definitely would have tried that, because it's a nice hobby. I always wanted to, back then it was very expensive to have all that stuff. It was extremely expensive, I'm gonna go back. I'm skipping a little bit now. Actually, I didn't miss that much. Oh, okay, I didn't miss that much. All right. Baggio 61. I had Coolsat. I remember I had Coolsat boxes. I used to say those signals of trespassing on my property, so I'm intercepting them so I can see what they are. Yeah. Yeah, it's a clever way, right? Hey, your signal's trespassing on my antenna or my property. So I just want to know why you beaming it. Yeah, Coolsat was a nice. That was toward the end of the heyday, and then they went to Nagravision 3, and then you could still do it. I don't know about right now. Well, I'm talking about 20 years ago now. Then they had something called IKS, which I don't like. I don't like anything to do with it. Because now, IKS, Internet Key Sharing. That's what it's called. That's what it stands for, Internet Key Sharing. So from Nagravision 3, now they have something called Internet Key Sharing. That means, for example, if your box has an Ethernet, like I know they made a box. They have made boxes that started having the Ethernet port on it. So what you do is you got to connect to a server. and then you get the key. That's the IKS part, internet key sharing. And with that key, you can unlock the encryption. But I don't like that because now you're broadcasting your IP address, and that's how you get busted. Because the server is going to have all, your address and along all the other people. And so what happened was a couple of those servers got shut down, by, feds and all that, whatever. So anybody that's on that server, including, if I would have been connected to that, and you don't want that. So that's why I said, nah. I said, nah, I'm not. I thought about it, the IKS part, because that's how they circumvented. And by the way, I'm not condoning anything. I'm just saying that this is the stuff that does happen. We're not naive here. So that's the only way I heard about Niagara Vision 3 that people were doing it. It was called IKS. I don't know if it's still around today in 2025. Boxes that do IKS, but I definitely don't want to get involved with that because now you're hooking up your box directly to a server in the Bahamas, because that's why it's usually located somewhere in the Bahamas or whatever, and then you get like a bin file, you get a firmware update, and it unlocks the box. Your DN network. I'm going to call it DN network. People call it DN. Or in Canada, it's a Bell, right? Bell, Canada. But I never got to that. I never wanted to do that. I said, nah, I'm not doing something that's directly linking me to, nah. So that's too much. And I'm going to say normally they don't go after the end user. They usually go after the provider. I know people say that too. File sharing. When you do file sharing, no. They rarely go after the end user. They usually go after the people that are sharing the file. Remember that, folks. So, if you set up a server and you distribute, they're going to come down on the server. They don't come down on the end users. Usually the end users, despite what you may read online, usually it's the providers they go after. So that's a misconception. James Foley, but of course, the best CB antenna is the 102-inch CB whip, which I have right there. It's hanging over there. At some point, I would like to put that up somewhere, but, I still got to go up there and paint the roof and patch up an area where I'm getting a little bit of moisture coming into the wall. So, James Foley, I don't know if you remember Pete's baskets, but that was what we used to use when I was a kid. No, I don't. That don't sound familiar to me. Pete's baskets. Peach baskets. We never use. We use milk crates because they're all over the place. Plastic milk crate. They're big enough where you can put a basketball through them. Peach basket. That's more of a country thing. Like if you live in rural, whatever. Yeah, I'm talking about wooden basket because it's shaped like it is a basket, literally. Yeah, that would be more suited. But in the Bronx, you're not gonna find peach baskets. We use the milk crate, plastic milk crate. We take a little hacksaw, just cut the bottom of it, cut the whole bottom out, and that's it. And preferably the rectangular one, because the square one is a little too small for basketball. So the rectangular milk crates, that's what we use for the basket. And it sounded pretty cool when you hit it. When you hit it, cling off the backboard into the milk crate. Luna, I live in Queens, Coast East New York, Brooklyn border. My area can get the TIS on 1690 in nearby New Jersey, Atlantic Highlands on a good radio, like the Texas Appeal. I have not heard of TIS in a few years. Over here, I used to get TIS on 530. That's the one for I-87. I don't get that one anymore. I have not gotten that one in a long time. I even got videos on it on my channel. I don't get 530 anymore on TIS. In fact, when we go down the highway now, I don't see the signs no more. So I think they no longer broadcast on them. I have to check because I don't even remember seeing the signs anymore. Because when you drive down the highway, you see the sign for traffic. You'll see that traffic information, and they'll put the frequency. So I have not heard of TIS here no more. I mean, there's a couple of them. If I go to New York radio map, let me see. See, according to New York radio map, I still have 530. Yeah, New York State, I-87, but it's grayed out. So I haven't heard that one in a long time. That's the other one I used to pick up. So 530. What's the call sign on that one? WPK W701. That was the call sign. That was the call sign for 530. But I have not heard that station in a long time, in a few years. Before the pandemic. Way before the pandemic. It's been about 5 or 6 years. I'm going to say at least 6 years I haven't heard 530 TIS. So for those of you who don't know, TIS, that's Traffic Information Service. We have them all over here. I don't know if hello, my Ready DX. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Over here in the United States, we have traffic information channels for local highways. Every highway has one. Every major highway has one, by the way. Every interstate has one. We also have NOAA relays on medium wave. So we do have that, and we also have airport information on some medium wave frequencies. 530 is also LaGuardia Airport Radio, and also Liberty Airport Radio. Of course, I don't get none of those on 530. The only one I used to get was the I-87 right here, Interstate 87, Major Deegan. And I have recording of that on my channel, but I don't get that no more. On 530, I don't get. The only thing on 530 I get at night is, of course, Cuba or CAIO out of Canada. That's it. Recent is that. That's it. All right. Now the top of the dial. Now, if you go to the top of the dial, there's a whole bunch of them. But I don't get any of them. Starting at 1640. There's another highway advisory radio. I don't get that either. I don't get that on 1640. Long Island Southern Parkway. I don't get that. I'm too far from that. Because normally a lot of them are 1 watt. I think they're 1 watt or up to 10 watts. I think that's it. They don't go higher than that. And then 1690. There's one, two. There's Queens Van Wyck Expressway 1690, and there's also Bronx River Parkway 1690. I don't get that because I get WPTX. So at night I get WPTX. That's what I get from Maryland. 1700, of course, I get WRCR Ramapo, which is not far from here. That's the one that WABC just bought a couple of months ago. 1700 also is Westchester County Airport. I don't get that one. I never heard that one here since I moved here. That's Westchester County Airport. I never heard that one either. 1710. I never heard of Radio Celestial. I still never heard of it to this day. That's in the Bronx. I guess that's a religious station or pirate. Never heard of it. Also, the one I did hear was WQF WQFG 689 out of Jersey City, New Jersey. That's the one I heard. On 1710, I don't hear it now because they lower the power. But for a while, I think they were doing 100 watts. And this is during the pandemic. And they had COVID information there. So that was the one I heard. I also had that on my channel recorded already. So I do have 1710 what is it again? WQFG 689. But that one now is no longer, I think it's down to 1 watt. But I had that one for a while. But now, recently, no TIS stations. I cannot even pick up one TIS station. You know, they're nice to pick up, but I have not heard one in a few years. Of course, when I traveled, for example, when I went to Virginia to the Air and Space Museum, they had their own TIS channel for the museum. And now I have a video that I have the video on my channel. I have a few TIS catches that I recorded over the years, but now recently in this area, no. Because that's one thing, wherever I travel, I take a radio with me and I try to get the TIS, reception and make a video on that. You know, and they're nice to listen to. Yeah. Luna, I had DirecTV and Dish Network. I had DirecTV and Dish Network through my life as well as the Cool Side Box before they were streaming YouTube through the internet. Okay. Hello, Mary DX. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. I took your advice. I did. By the way, I uploaded the image. It worked fine. So now if you go to my radio, my FMDX web server, excuse me, put this back here. If you go to my FMDX web server, I have the skyline of New York City now in the background. My background image is the skyline of New York City. That's what I have now, New York City skyline on my FMDX web server. And that's what I have now. That when I had that picture for a few years, I used it on my channel. I did not take that picture, by the way. That's just a picture that I found on the internet. The picture that I took actually is not the better. It's not. It's older. It's not very high quality. And I noticed too that the background image, it kind of stretches the image, or it doesn't look as sharp. I noticed. I even uploaded the one with the water tower, but that one didn't look that good. So I wonder with the New York City skyline. I was gonna upload this guy. Of course, you know who that is, right? That's Xi Jinping. I was making some last night, AI. So I put that one up today. That's my wallpaper for today. I got a few of them. So you see the call sign? Look like a Chinese call sign. Xi Jinping as a top call sign in China for the CCP. CCP, let's kick it. Oh. Oh my God. Yeah, that was AI. I did that with a ChatGPT AI. I see the picture of the Chinese radio amateur club station. Cool. Yeah, Xi Jinping. Yeah, right. Better call signs. W1 and EP00. Yeah, Winnie Pooh. Yeah, Winnie the Pooh. And that's random. It added as call signs. I'm like, that one looks like a Ukrainian call sign. He just added these. I don't know. Because, you know, on ChatGPT, if you go to the image, right? I put what it was. Xi Jinping as an amateur radio operator. And it made a couple of images for me. I picked this one. It makes an image for you. You gotta say if you want it 1 by 1 or 3 by 2 or 2 by 3. So I said this is 3 by 2. So I make the image. It takes a few seconds. I made a few of them. I got Vladimir Putin. I got Tony Soprano. Remember, let me add another one. Oh my God, it's funny. Let me see. There you go. Let me add Paulie Walnuts. There you go, Paulie. I'll add Paulie for. He looks serious though, right? I have Paulie. There you go. Paulie Walnuts. It was also in the John Gotti movie. He's in all those mobster movies, you know. Let me see. Let me go back up here. Steve Burnham, one of my former co-workers, AM Radio, is I'm thinking you haven't tried it at night. I'm trying to understand your comment there. One of my former co-workers, AM Radio, is, and I'm thinking you haven't tried it. I don't understand your comment, man. You need to elaborate, be more clear. I don't understand what. You mean your former co-worker has an AM radio station or something? I don't know. RTZ Roy, hello. I hope you're doing well. Luna, I have called CAIO on a Cato KA 1103. That's a nice radio. I came this close to getting a PLO version for a very good price, and I waited too long, and I came back the next day, and somebody bought it. The 1103, the same thing as the DG 1103. The PLO version is the nice one. They have a DSP version. It's all over eBay. You know, don't get that one. The PLO version is the one you want to get. So yeah, in the past 2011, as well as Cuba 870 on the Texan and Kidosin receivers earlier this year, with or without the loop. Okay. Yeah. Maverick DX above 1611 here, also known as the X band. Well, we get pirates, also marine station like Coast Guard and for weather. Yeah, over here, same thing. The bottom part of the AM band, utility stations, well, TIS stations, but also no weather relay. We get that here. And then above 16, over here, I think it starts at 1620. I had heard it below about 1620. Let me see the New York radio map over here. Yeah, even 1620 I seen. Yeah, actually I picked one up on 1620. I got a video on that a few years ago during the daytime. I picked up 1620. Call sign is WPVT 612. Hastings on the Hudson. That's not far from me. So it's a town. It's a village. It's a village up there, Hastings on the Hudson. I did pick that one up a few years ago on my Sony ICF 2002. I was daytime DXing, and I picked that station up, 1620. So I do have a video of that one. So yeah, I actually all the way down to 1620. So they start about 1610 or 1620 TIS stations here. Well, they might start lower than that some places. But 1620, I remember that one. Actually, they even had another call sign. It was called W. Was it W? No, I'm gonna look it up now. I'm gonna look up the video. Let me look up the video. Let me go to my channel. Let me go back here.
New York Presbyterian.
I have to go back to it. Okay, I'm gonna go to you're gonna put 1620 on my channel. You go to my channel, just put 1620, and then let me see, I got it. Oh no, it was with the D808. Yeah, it was with the D808. I'm sorry, it wasn't with the Sony, it was the D808. So that's the one. There's that one. So it was also known as WHOH. That's the other call sign it had. So that's yeah, and it's 10 watts. And it was 10 watt station. So yeah, so that's the 1620. That's the only that, and then of course one time I picked up a couple of times I might have picked up Cuba at night. So that's what this is the only thing I picked up on 1620. So yeah, so you get weather stations too, okay. And then Winnie the Pooh. Winnie Pooh. Meredith says I sent the message to your tuner. Okay. Yeah, so I got rid of that what you suggested. Actually, it's much better now. You know, much better now. Now nobody messes with the bandwidth settings. So now the only thing I noticed that when I did that, it doesn't display here. It's not highlighted auto bandwidth, but it is auto bandwidth. But right now, somebody's tuning on it. No, nobody's tuning on it right now. Right now, the bandwidth is changing, but it's just tuning. Yeah. Anyway, but I took that advice. So I disabled the manual bandwidth. So people don't forget to put it back. Yeah, I know. You're talking about Tyler. Yeah, he thinks that AM radio is dead. It's not dead. It's just, some of us like to listen to, FM is, I'm having fun with FM. Is okay. It's like, but it's not AM. AM at night you can listen further stations. Of course, I grew up listening to AM. Especially when I was a kid, I used to listen to baseball games. Out of town baseball games. DX. If I want to hear Boston Red Sox, I live in New York City. When I lived in the Bronx, if I want to listen to Boston Red Sox, with transistor radio, conditions were right, I would hear, Boston station. Sometimes I would hear Philly. I could hear the Phillies playing. On some nights, for example, like I remember hearing Kansas City Royals. That was also one of my teams that I kind of grown to like was the Royals. Of course, they were rivals of the Yankees in the 70s. Because I was a fan of one particular player in the Royals was George Brett. Of course, he used to kill the Yankees. But I used to watch, especially after the Yankees, when the Yankees stopped, I think in 1979, 1980. Of course, 1985 is when they made it to the World Series and beat the St. Louis Cardinals in 1985. That year, I remember listening to a lot of radio. I was trying to pick up the game of the week somewhere, and I would hear them, and, pretty cool. Like when they were playing the Orioles in Baltimore, I would hear Baltimore station. I forgot at that time, but I would hear them playing in Baltimore, and I was like, okay, wow, they're playing in Baltimore. So I would listen to the game outside. People were like, "Are you listening?" I'm listening to the Royals playing the Orioles. They're like, "What?" Yeah, and they could barely hear it. They're like, "Okay." I would just stand in front of my house listening to the, with a transistor radio. Yeah. Let me see. Luna, I heard WQFG 689 in the past. An old Luber Victor pirate from Brooklyn at 16. I never heard of that pirate. I don't know what's up. When I started the to DX radio station in 2006. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. Good idea. I'm going to make one with Dr. Evil. Yeah, Steve Burnett. I think he thinks radio AM radio is not dead. It's just a different, you know. I like FM, but the problem with FM is too many. It's just music. A lot of music stations. There is talk on it too, but it's not a music station. That's fine. It's meant for music because remember, it's better audio. So it's really meant for that. You know. Yeah, I also use the ferrite, the ferrite bar antenna, the SV2 CZF. Yeah, I was using it. I was daytime DXing, and yeah. Let me put it full screen. Yeah, so I had the stand, the stand I'm using now, the clear acrylic stand, and then of course I had the Lazy Susan. I would spin it around, then I would tune it. Yeah, because this station is very low power. It's 10 watts. So I had to really tune it until I could hear it. So, yeah. The D808, yeah, it's a solid receiver. I mean, I like mine. I'm very happy with it. Yeah. Let me see where I'm at right now. And hello, Tasso. I hope you're doing well, my friend. So you send a message to my tuner. I'll check it out when I log into my tuner. Going down here. Let me see where I'm at now. Yes, the PLL 1103 is the one to get. So I had a chance to pick up that one a few months back. I saw it. It was a good price. It was like I'm trying to remember. It was really. I'm trying to remember. Anyway, it was a good price, but at that time I didn't have nothing available. I had just bought something, I think, and so I put it on the watch list. So like next day, I said, I'm gonna buy it. I came back the next day, it was gone. So it wasn't on that long. Somebody snatched it at that price. So the PLO version. The DSP version is all over eBay. You can get it for like $50, I believe, or something. But you want the PLO version. Luna says, I might make my brother get a scanner from Amazon this month. Well, you have Prime, 4 days of Prime. But I noticed Prime, I looked at a couple of things on Prime. Nothing was discounted on radio related that I was interested in, including another TF6686 on Amazon. There was no discount because I was looking radio related stuff. Nothing really. Honestly, some of the Prime stuff, some of the Prime Day stuff is junk. The only thing we did get good here is for the house. We did pick up an Echo. The Echo. So we have the Echo 8 upstairs now. And then down here, now I bring the Echo 5. This one is old. So you see the Amazon Echo 5. So this one. This was in the living room, but now we replaced it. So now I have this one down here. So we got the Echo 8 for upstairs because that way she keeps tabs on my son. Right now she's at work, so she uses that one to check in on my son when he's in the living room. And then we have another one of those in the bedroom. And then we also have the Blink camera. We bought 4 of them. It's a set. It was on sale. So it's the Blink camera. It's Blink 4. It's 4 Blink cameras. So we're gonna put them inside the house to monitor the house when we're away. But that's what they're good for too. When we're away, we have the Echo, but now we're gonna put the Blink also. That way, when we do go on vacation and somebody tries to break in here, every room has a camera. Or major room. You know what I mean? But plus she uses that to monitor, She wants to see if my son is okay. Because sometimes my son, he's up there and I'm here. And, she wants to check up on it. I check up on it. But I think right now he probably already taking a nap right now. Because I don't hear him playing now. So I think he took a nap. He was up all night. He was up all night last night. Because, he doesn't have school now. So he's staying up all night now. He's playing. He plays games, but he also makes his own games or mods the game. So there's code. There's a website called Scratch, and it teaches kids how to code. So that's what he does, and he also uses the Chat GPT and all that. I see him doing AI stuff. He's always typing stuff, and he types faster than me. Oh, I hear him. I hear him. He's still awake. I just heard him. Chat GPT, he's be like, he's 10. He's 10, but he reminds me of a teenager already. So he knows when he needs something, he comes down here. Just, Right now he's trying to fight his sleep. He doesn't want to fall asleep, because if he falls asleep now, I'd say he's not gonna wake up till middle of the night. Tomorrow morning, maybe he'll wake up. He's really enjoying these days off from school. So, Mary said, okay, I will check it out. The thing is AM broadcasters up to 17 kilohertz in North America. So I thought utilities are above. No, utilities are. No, 1710 is the tippy top of AM, period. But utilities can be anywhere from 1620 up to 1710. Or 530 to about 570 on the bottom part of the medium wave. That's from one. So, of course, over here, I heard them on 530. They could be on 540. They could be on 550. On the upper part, they could be on 16. I think even 1610. I'm trying to remember the one in Virginia. I think the one in Virginia was 1610 or 6. Might have been 1660. The one in Virginia. So anything above 1600 to 1710, there's all types of TIS. That's traffic information. No relays. No, relays. Airport information, which to this day I have not heard from one airport information yet. So airport information, things like that. So it's not above, it's from 16 to 1710 on the top part. Yeah. Luna, on 1620 in Queens, New York, I only get WICR, Indo-Caribbean radio. Okay. Yeah. And let me go back up here. Okay. I'm making it to the bottom here. Mary Dix, good to hear. Best to avoid the hassle. Yeah. Luna, I'm getting a PL. I am getting the Texan PL368 for my birthday, as well as the Prius J166 weather radio for my birthday. Oh, cool. Yeah. The Prius J16. I'm not familiar with that one. That's emergency radio, like a flashlight type, or just I'm not familiar with the Prunus or Prius, whatever Prunus. So the PL330 is also a good portable radio. Yeah, it is. I told somebody yesterday about it. Somebody was asking me what's a good portable shortwave radio. And I said, entry level for the price, and it's small and it does a lot. PL330. You can get that for around $50 if you shop around. You know, of course, I have the XHD D808, but if I was starting right now, getting into the hobby right now, I would definitely get the PL330. So that's what I told him. I said, I will get that one right now. Very first. Don't even bother trying to get cheap, because that's a good price. I would just get that one because you have single sideband right there. You know, it's a very good, solid receiver. And airband, right? Airband. So I will get that. And you also could put an external. That's the other thing. So I told him all that. Oh, okay. It's like a pocket radio. Oh, okay. Luna says the Prunish J166 weather is a small ICF P26. Okay. So it's a pocket radio. Pocket format. Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. Let me see. 2 hours and 19 minutes. Okay. Let me see what else. Going down here. So Tasha says he's happy with his. Yeah, I mean, I heard great things about the radio. Everybody loves their radio. Everybody loves the PL330. Elmerton, the PL368 is a great portable HF single sideband radio. I own one. My only tiny complaint is the audio. Let me finish this, and I'm gonna show my Radio DXer, the Quan Chang TK11. I don't know if he's still on here, because they reached out to me and they sent me the radio, and I did an unboxing about a week ago. So this is the radio, the TK11. I put this antenna on it though. I put the longer whip on there. So this is the TK11 by Radio DXer. And the HF antenna is over there. It's a little T antenna. Yeah, this is a version 8. TK11 8. Of course, somebody posted also that there's several versions of this antenna. So I did not know about what's the difference between each one. So he explained it in the comment. So this is the TK11 8. So this one is because it has a 3,000 milliamp hour battery. It's a bigger battery than the other TK11. The original TK11, I think it has 25 milliamp hour battery. This is 3,000. And also, for what he explained to me, this one is up to 10 watts. There's one that I think goes up to 8 watts. And then there's another one that might go up to 5 watts. But this one does 10 watts. And also has a 3,000 milliamp hour battery. And also, I think one other thing is the bezel. So the bezel, you see this one has a metal, like the speaker grill. You see it's kind of metal speaker grill. The original one is all plastic. So this one has a kind of a metal bezel. See, this is kind of metal. Okay, so the original TK11 is all plastic. It had a 2,500 milliamp hour battery, and I think it was 8 watts or 5 watts. This is the latest one. This is the 8. So this is 10 watts, 3,000 milliamp hour battery, and the bezel is metal. It's metal. The front of it is metal. So that's why I wasn't sure what's the difference between the 8 and the previous one. But this is the, and of course I heard they're gonna have one with GPS. Of course, it has this nice lanyard on there. You can see some fancy. It looks like you're catching up to my AC collection, yeah. I haven't played around with it yet. I only put it on weather band. It sounds good. I mean, if I put it on the weather band, I mean, I got to learn this radio. So.
Welcome, camel mode 3.
It's probably because I'm over here. It's like a learning thing. Maybe. Yeah, right now it's not. Yeah, it's always this window. It's always this window right now because of the AC and all that. So if I take it with it, you hear it loud and clear. Because I'm in the basement, so it's like not the best right now in this spot right here. I have all these things going on here. But in the boiler room, this is pretty sensitive. With this antenna, it's very sensitive. The radio that's close to this in terms of sensitivity on the weather band is the SX data. The E100, believe it or not, is very sensitive. I'm surprised how sensitive that radio is. I wouldn't use it for, repeaters, the XA Zeta one. But for listening, it's very sensitive. I have to say it is. I find it sensitive. On especially the weather band so far. And other bands too. It's been pretty good. It's not that bad. Excuse me. Where I'm at right now. Okay. Okay. One more time. Yeah, I gotta finish reading. Yeah, because you reminded me about this radio, Maverick DX. I think he went to the other. I guess he's on. I don't know. Yeah. So one more time. So I own one. My only tiny complaint is the audio being high pitched and the internal speaker being that the speaker is so small. It's normal. Use headphones. Yeah. I have the original one. I have the PL360. And yeah, the audio is very, very low and yeah. Luna says, I have the Sony P26 ICF pocket radio for monitoring EAS, medium wave and FM. Yeah, I have that. I have the P26. And I have the original one. I have the PLO, the analog version. And they made another one. Actually, the other one is the P27, I believe. And that one is the one that they put the DSP in. And that one is not that good. I heard that one is not that good. So, Budgio 61. Yeah, I bought one of them version 8. Okay, yeah. So the version 8, because you reminded me about that. Yeah. So the guy explained to me. When I did the unboxing, I told him I didn't know. I said in the video that I can't tell which one, only a small difference, but he broke it down even more in the comment. So Ken Martin, hello. I hope you're doing well, my friend. And thank you for stopping by here. Elmer Time, looks like you're catching up to my AC collection. Yeah. Yeah. So they reached out to me and they asked me if I wanted to try it out. And I said, yeah, because I reached out to Radtel. They reached out to me months ago. I wanted to try out the Radtel one. But then we kept playing email tag, and they just, it sounded like they're not serious about sending me that one. They wanted to send me another one, but I said, no, I only want to try this radio. I don't want no more, as you can see, I'll show you. I'm catching up. Okay, I got some scanners back there. So handheld, I got right there. I got 6, 9, 10. I got a CB upstairs, CB1. Then I have FRS right there. So I think I have about 12 total, 12 handhelds. And I got a couple of people. I got a couple of. They added me on my Facebook recently. A couple of other makers. Redivis. I think Redivis. I think it's. I have a request from Redivis. Radtel, of course, if they want to send me theirs, I still, I'm welcome to. But they wanted to send me another one, and I don't want it. And then, of course, Quangshine. There's another one I'm interested in. They have another one that I'm very interested in. Is the DMR radio. I like the display they have on that one. So they have a DMR radio that I would like to try. I definitely want to try that one. Eventually, I want to get a Yaesu handheld for C4FM. I do want to get a Yaesu. And maybe one day I'll get a Kenwood. Then I think I don't know what else I want to get. A Kenwood for D-Star, the Yaesu for C4FM, and of course DMR. I already have DMR. I have two. But Quancha is a nice DMR they have. And by the way, Radtel has one that they just came out with that I might ask for that one. Has APRS. There's GPS, APRS. So, it's just that they said they want to send me one when it's available, then they don't send me one, then I was like, okay. So I stopped. I stopped with the communication with them. So yeah, so I need to start I'm gonna get started with the TK11, take it outside and start I want to make a review on it and all that. Yeah. Ken Martin, I purchased a few Quanshine UV5 to fool around with firmware. RF on chip is cool. Yeah, Kenwood is money. I know that's so I think by the time I get a Kenwood is because I'm working. I'm back I have a night job and I'm back working full time in the evening or something. I'll buy one. I'll buy one of Kenwood or but not anytime soon. But definitely a Yaesu. I can see that on the horizon, a Yaesu. Because I noticed that this is not the best radio for C4FM. It has glitches. I know it's a shack in the box. At the time when I bought this, I thought it was a great idea to get a shack in the box. Now looking back on it, I could have done without it. But I wanted to try it because then it would have been, I would have got the 7300, this always would have been in the back of my mind. The FT991A. But, it's very good on HF. 6 meters is good. I've done contacts at 6 meters. VHF is okay. VHF, UHF is okay for local repeaters. But C4FM is very glitchy. It's very slow. It's slow. The search is horrible on it. It's not the best C4FM radio. So definitely, I know my radio director thought about getting this radio, but since then, I think I convinced them not to get it for that. If you're going to get it, just get it for the HF and the 6 meter. Just get that. But for the VHF, UHF, honestly, I could have been better off with another radio for that. And the C4FM, even a handheld. A handheld would have been just as good. Okay, I like the display on it, but it's still very glitchy and not reliable at times. because I'm used to DMR. DMR, I'm used to, you reboot the hotspot. I mean, you turn on the hotspot, you turn on the radio. It automatically already, connects to the talk group, to the server in the talk group, and then all you do is press, and right there you're in the. The problem is, and C4FM, it doesn't work that way. He's supposed to connect you straight to the, but it's glitchy. It's I was very disappointed. So that's why I wouldn't recommend it now. I would not recommend it. It's a great HF rig, everything, but I would not recommend it for the other part. The HF UHF. See, that sold me to buy it. That was a deal. That was a deal maker for me. But after trying it out now, I cannot recommend for that part. I would tell people just get the Yaesu without it, or get the Icon IC7300, and then get a separate VHF UHF, which I have now. I have a couple of them. I even have this FT818 here, or I have this one, the one that I bought last year. The QYT KT8900D. Of course, that's VHF UHF. I could also do GMRS on it. There's a mod that all I have to do is press the button when it boots up, and it unlocks the GMRS. So I could use this for GMRS, like a little base unit for GMRS, if I want to. This one claims it can go up to 50 watts, but I think theoretically it's really 25 watts from what I read. But it says it can go up to 50 watts. So I don't know. So of course I hooked that one up. I wanted to use this one. So I'm thinking about, instead of using this one for maybe I have one in time for this one, but this one I'm thinking about, I'll do the mod. It's just a boot up mod, and you press hold it or something, and I'll make that into GMRS, like a base station to monitor GMRS. So I have a GMRS, like the monitor on there. See how the screen looks. I'll show you how the screen looks on this. See, it's hooked up to that. I just turned it on. The cigarette lighter type thing. Remember that? So all I gotta do is So of course I don't got an antenna hooked up to it yet. So there's no antenna hooked up, but I could do the mod, and then this will be GMRS. So yeah, so definitely if I had to do it again, I probably won't buy this particular model. I probably would have bought the what's the other one that people like a lot? I would probably get that one. Mogio 61. I just bought one of those pyramid power supplies to 25 amp. Yeah. So I have yeah, that one goes up to, what is it? I'm trying to remember what that one goes up to. I think 15. This one. And of course I have this little one right here. That's for the Yaesu, the FT818. This one is also for the CB radio. I have a Uniden 980 SSB. I also use it for the Uniden. I probably gotta put the Uniden over there somewhere. And then this one, this is for the this guy. This is 30 amp. This little one right here is 30 amp. That's the Tech Power. The Tech Power TP30SWI. I went with this one because I know Jills has this one for his Yesu. He uses this one, and it works well. So he loves his. So I bought this one. I love this one. This Tech Power. It's a very good one. This one is very good. Very good. So this is the one that goes with my Yesu FTU 901. This is for my little Yesu right here. And of course, that pyramid is for, actually, that pyramid is for both. That pyramid is for my Zygo G90. There's a 15, is it 15 amp? I remember. Anyway, for my Zygo and my, both of these are for this one, pyramid. The Zygo. 20-watt transceiver. Of course, now I'm only going to use it for CW and for listening. And maybe a single sideband on 20 watts every so often. But right now, I'm going to try to learn CW on this one. Because this one has a decoder, CW decoder. Not the best, but at least it has a decoder. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Tangled up right here. Sorry about that. Yeah. Elmer time. And Shaq and the Box is always going to be a great backup radio to more expensive radio. Yeah. I mean, I don't regret it. I still, want it because if I would have bought the 7100, 7300, I would have, of course, I would have loved the radio, but I always would have had this one in mind. Like, what if I had this one? So now, when I do get my next HF transceiver, it's going to be the 7300 because that's the one I want to. Okay, Radio Oddity 666. Okay. Yeah. So, but I wanted to try this one out, but I'm, it works well with VHF, UHF, the repeaters and all that. Actually, it works better. Instead of with the hotspot, it actually works better when I connect to the repeater. I have a local repeater that has C4 FM. And Wires X, it works fine. I used it. I actually, spoke to a couple of people through the repeater, my local repeater. And the antenna's right here. It's not even on the roof yet. It's still right here. That's CB whip. That's the antenna for VHF, UHF right now. It's a CB whip. That little CB mag mount. That's it. I connected a repeater for even on the basement windowsill. But when I have the antenna on the roof, forget it. It's gonna be much better. The fiberglass one is over there. The fiberglass one. I need to mount that one on the roof. And then it'll be better. Then I'll run the coax down here, and then I'll hook it up with the. But I'm thinking about hooking it up with this one now because I may just get a handheld. But I know Mary DX, he likes his Yesu handheld. And me and him, we spoke on it. Me and Mary DX, we spoke on DMR and we spoke on C4 FM. And much better on DMR. Much better experience on DMR. On C4 FM, I had, he had issues where I was breaking up and, it was really annoying. But we spoke on both. We spoke on both. But DMR is so much easier just to talk. All I got to do is plug in the hotspot. They're right over there. I got all my hotspots are right there. Just plug in the power, let it boot up. I take my radio, turn it on. Boom, I'm off. Talking to somebody. Much better. Okay, my mouse. So Let's see where I'm at. So 2 hours and 43 minutes. Okay. Luna, watch the 1997 V0KIRD expedition heard on YouTube yesterday while I was listening on 7200 ham chat. Okay. Elmer time, the FT991A has a boot up mod as well that allows transmit throughout all of the HF band. Okay, I didn't know that. You know, but I'm not gonna need it because right now I'm still a technician anyway, and you know, eventually I have to get my thing. I have the book. I'm just gonna sit down and read the book. It's a thin book. I'm just gonna sit down and read it, and then I'll practice on it. The kid that comes in here, he's an extra now. You know the 12-year-old kid that used to come that comes in here. I think what happened, he lost his channel and he's starting a new channel. Cause I saw he did an update. I think he lost his channel. He's 12 years old. He just got his extra. He's a smart kid. He lives in Florida. But he lost his channel, or his channel got suspended or something. So I think he has another channel. But the problem that if he was here, I would tell him. The problem is that when you're 12 and you have a channel that has adults coming in, YouTube frowns upon that. Especially if somebody curses or they post profanity. They'll shut you down because they don't want liability. So, my advice to him was let your parent start the channel. Let your parent create the channel, Let your parent be in charge of the channel. And then you can go on there, because the problem with YouTube is divided into two. They divided it now. They have regular YouTube that's here. Then they have YouTube Kids, which is supposed to be anybody under 13. Even though he's a smart kid, he's an extra now. He's still 12 years old. So YouTube has his channel classified as kids. And when you have a live stream and grown-ups go in there, YouTube is not going to put up with that because they don't want liability. You know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm getting at. So that's why I think he got shut down. And I haven't seen them since then. But my advice to him is that, your parents should create the channel, and then you on the live stream. You could be on the live stream all you want. You're on the channel, and now it's not classified as YouTube Kids. Because that's the problem, that he started the channel. I believe he started the channel using his date of birth. And if you do that, your channel, no matter how smart you are, how mature you are, YouTube classified you as a kid channel. And that's it. And I think that's why he got shut down. Because he had grown-ups going in there. And of course, YouTube doesn't put up with that. They don't put up with that. As a matter of fact, YouTube Kids channels, if you post, I know YouTube Kids because my son, my son goes to those channels, some of them. They don't allow comments. There's no comments. They disable the comment and things like that. So I think what happened was he's promoting his channel at, that he's 12 years old. He's an extra now. But when you do a live stream and you invite adults in there, YouTube is going to say nope, especially if there's cursing or somebody posts anything. They're not going to take that liability. They're not going to do it because they know they can get in trouble. They're not going to do that. Yeah, he's a smart kid. I think he got them all within the past year. He just got it like a few weeks ago. I think in June, late June, he got it. I know he was studying for it because I ran into him a few months ago. Then he came to my channel on a couple of live streams. And then about a couple of weeks ago or so, he came on one of my live streams asking me about the Zygoon. I think his grandfather bought him a Zygoon or something. So I was telling him about the Zygoon. And then, because I'm subscribed to one of his channels, then I saw an update that he said that they deleted his other channel. He's starting a new channel. But my advice to him was, don't start the channel yourself. Let a grown-up start. Let your parent or your guardian start the channel and in charge of the channel. At least until you're of age. If you're going to put ham radio content. Because ham radio content is not kid content. You know that. Everybody knows that. It's considered, a hobby. Even though kids are on it, but in terms of YouTube doesn't see it that way. YouTube does not care. YouTube has an arbitrary line. They have an arbitrary line. They're not going to break that for anybody. If you're 13 and under, your channel qualify for YouTube Kids. No exception. So he's right there, and he's putting ham radio content, and he's doing live stream with adults, and they said nope. They ended that. I think that's what happened to him. I went to a couple of his live stream, and I just chatted with him for a couple of minutes. But yeah, definitely YouTube doesn't want that. They don't do that. So my advice to him was get a parent or guardian to start your new channel. That way they're in charge of it. And that way, because like I said, they automatically put YouTube Kids. By the way, that's like all my videos. Before you upload it or I do a live stream, there's a box that you could check. It says, is this video like for kids? I don't check that box. This, even though, whatever, I try to keep it clean, or sometimes I don't keep it clean. I do not check that box. If you check that box, you fall under a big liability thing that you're saying that your channel is kid friendly, and it's not kid friendly. They can shut you down like that. They shut you down. They'll shut you down like that. So I don't do that. Yeah, that's what I select, not for kids. I'm trying to remember what it is. Anyway, all my videos, my default setup, not for kids. It's not for kids. Now, if a smart kid comes in here, they're welcome to come in here. But that takes away my liability. Because if I put for kids, now YouTube could blame me. They could say, no. You're the one that let them in here, and you guys spoke about all of this stuff, and he saw all of this stuff, and we're gonna shut you down. You see how they try to get you? So I don't, and it's a double-edged sword because you lose that audience. But I don't want that audience here anyway. I don't want the audience here. I made it clear from day one. I don't want that audience. Now he comes in here. He's a smart kid. But remember, he's still a kid. You see what I'm saying? I got a couple of kids in it. Chicopee is young. I think he's like 15 or 16. I had the other kid in here that was really annoying me. He's around 16, but he got banned because he just don't know how to behave. But I really prefer, and I had people come by here and they were young, and I said, no. This is not the channel for that. That's why I put not for kids. And I think his channel, he checked that box that is for kids. And I think that was his mistake. So that's why, he had a nice channel. He was I think 200 subscribers. And they shut him down. They shut it down. That's it. They said no. So if I reach out to him, I tell him just let the parents start your channel. And yeah, I know the kid was he hasn't been here. He gave up, I guess, after a while, or he's moving on or whatever. And anyway, yeah. So that's what happened. He's a smart kid. I mean, kid got his extra. He's 12 years old. That's a smart kid. That's a smart kid. Smart kid. He's a very smart kid. He got a good head, Remember I said about keep having hobbies, keep him out of trouble? Right now, 12 years old, a lot of his friends at that age are probably playing video games or playing online games, looking at TikTok. Kid got his extra. He's gonna have a new call sign too. His call sign as well, he's gonna change it now. He's on November 2, Foxtrot Echo Tango N2 FET. But I think he's gonna change it now. He said he's gonna change it since he got the extra. He's gonna change it now again. So QR said you could look him up. N2 FET. He's from Florida. He's a smart kid. He's an extra now. Good, great job. Yeah, it's a great job. He's smart. Yeah. Radio Oddity 66. Okay. Helmet time. I probably would have bought the Tech Power as well. But I already own an old Transformer style power supply from years ago. Okay. Yeah. And Ken Martin, the Yaesu FT991 was a good pick. Also, the FT710 AESS. I like it over the ice. Yeah. In the future I'll look into. But I ain't want that because it was a shack in the box. So I figured, let me get that now. So, married the ex Keegan. I think I don't know if the other, I think the other chat is online now. So everybody probably went over there too. So it's okay. I think that's where he's at now. I don't know. He could be over there now. What else? Yeah, Keegan the I select now for kids. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I do because assume, when people come into this chat, they gotta assume that there's gonna be language. Because there is gonna be language. I'm not gonna, I try to minimize it, but sometimes, I go off on a thing, and that's it. I don't want to be liable for that. My son, when it came in the chat a couple of times, and then I was about to tell him, try not to be on the chat that much, because but he knows. I mean, imagine he lives with me, so you know how many times that kid heard me F-bomb? I stubbed my toe or something. My son just looks at me, shakes his head like, so so Keegan said that way I can watch my own videos without signing in. Yeah, that's the other thing. I believe you also have to sign in, and yeah, it's like yeah. Ken Martin, take care, Danny. Good to see you doing well. Thank you, 73. Thank you, Kevin. Ken Martin. Excuse me, I said Kevin Martin. Ken Martin. Keegan, I remember when you mentioned someone who used multiple accounts to evade your ban. Yeah, he just created different accounts, and he would come on here, and before you know it, he would say, "Can you unban me?" And, I thought you went to the other stream. Is he on today? I don't even know if he's on today. I don't know. I figure he's on by now because it's 5:15 here local. So I don't know if he's on today. I figure he's on today. I don't know. So I thought maybe he's on today and you went over there. So, I don't know. I didn't check, and I'm not going to check if he's on today. It's his business, whatever. Yeah. Keegan, my late dad was 15 when he got his license back in 1954. My dad was the same way. Yeah, my son, he's 10, but he knows. I mean, not only I F-bomb my wife, my wife also. And sometimes we argue in front of each other, in front of him. We argued in front of each other, in front of him. So, like any other normal household, one thing I told my son is early is people are gonna curse, people are gonna say these words, but the time and place. Cause he'll say it sometimes when he's playing video game. He'll say it. He plays video game. I'm like, he'll say it, and I'll be like, Sanjay. I look at him, Sanjay. He goes. Then he kind of, but he knows, like, first of all, he's not gonna go to school. Like he wouldn't. He's not gonna curse at school and flip off the teacher. He doesn't do. He's a well behaved in school. He's well behaved. From every report I ever got, he's a well behaved kid, and he's well behaved overall. But if he F bombs while he's playing a video game here and there, I'm not gonna go crazy over that because I F bomb too. He F bombs when he's playing a video game, and and he knows the difference between acting a certain way, like and at home, like I said, he F bomb. But if we go to a restaurant, he knows he behaves. We go to a public place, he doesn't act crazy. He's a well behaved kid. We took a train ride down to Florida. He well behaved. Compared to other kids out there, I'm blessed. He's a well behaved. He's a smart boy. He got very good grades. Very good grades above reading level and above math level in his grade. Very good student. No disciplinary issues. I cannot ask no more. I cannot ask no more than that. So that's why, he's up all night in the summertime. I let him stay up all night because I did the same thing when I was his age. I did the same thing when I was his age. I would stay up late, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning until my mother told me, Daddy, get a bed. Yeah. But at that time, TV was not 24 hours anyway. TV would cut off around 1 o'clock. Then you get the test pattern. The end of the broadcast day, and then they would play the national anthem, and then you get the test pattern. Then your ass going to bed. That was it. That was the end of the broadcast day. That was the end of your day. Staying up late. Oh, welcome back, Maverick the Xer. Over time, I normally don't discuss on how I receive my extra license because it makes people upset. LOL. All right. Keegan, I had issues in grade school, so 20 plus years ago, due to a few of my classmates influencing me with bathroom humor references, sometimes getting me in trouble with a behavior slip, homeschool later. Yeah, that's another thing, it's called peer pressure. I ranted about it yesterday. We all went through that. I went through that. As a kid. Sometimes I was stupid enough to fall for it. But most of the time, especially as I got older, thank God I didn't fall for that. People saying, why you and this guy are all talking about computers? This is back in the early 90s. Early 90s. You and Michael always talking about computers. Or you and Jack always talking about computers. Well, no, because that's our interest. It's because you don't understand it. Like my other friend, he would talk about, DVD and hi-fi and all that. And I was into all that stuff too. I was into hi-fi, and I was always into all that geeky stuff. Hi-fi geek. And he would talk about that stuff. Oh, you know, the Anki, I got the Anki receiver. And I say, yeah, it's a great receiver. Oh, you know that, we would talk, and they would look at us like, because you know who they are. They were the, I hate to say it, the uneducated, because they dropped out. They didn't have no goals in life. All they did was sell the stuff. All they cared about was making money selling stuff. So that's what they would look at me and say, why you guys always talking about, and now you're talking about stocks? Because I started investing in stocks. And then we would talk about, the other kid would talk about stocks, and they were like, talk about company. Why you guys talk about stocks? What are you, a banker? What are you, a banker? Why are you working at an investment firm? What are you, a stockbroker? Come on. But that was a hobby, learning about, that's why I have that channel now, Danny Finance. It started as a hobby, buying stocks, But that kept me out of trouble. You understand? Well, that stuff keeps you out of trouble. Yeah, Keegan DX. I remember my dad telling me when he was a kid, at one point he hung out with another kid who was trouble at times. My dad already stopped hanging out before the other kid got in bigger trouble. Yeah, like I said, I grew up around kids, and there was always that one kid that was really out there, the real troublemaker. That every time something happened, he was in the middle of it. Either he started a fight, he started beef with another block. Remember I talked about earlier about blocks? So our block had beef with another block because of the one kid. And it got to the point where, somebody in my crew smacked them up. They told him, they said, listen, we don't need your, they said, we don't need your fucking bringing us beef in this fucking block. So they kicked his ass. We had to do that. Sometimes we had to discipline our own. Like, I'm not going to get freaking shot because of your stupid ass. That's what we would say, literally. That's what they would literally say to each other. Because you always had that one kid that was out there. And you had to stay away from him. That's it. You got to stay. After a while, you say, you know what? I can't. You're too much for me. I can't hang out with you no more. And that's what I did. I said, no. And I would tell, kids closer to me, oh, no, I don't want to hang with that kid no more. He's trouble. And what happened later on? Something happened to him. It's always that. And that's what I'm trying to teach my son. My son, when he goes to school, he doesn't like. Right now, my son's going to the 5th grade. He doesn't have any best friends yet. He had a couple of close, semi, best friend. He doesn't have a bestie yet. He doesn't care for it. He said it. He said, when I go to cafeteria, some people sit kid next to me. I listen to him, and he sounds like a grown up. He said, I listen to him. Okay, you can sit next to me. I'm like, damn, man. But I know why. My son, I think he's developing that trait. That, you understand, me and my wife were Sigmas. There's a hierarchy. It's called alpha male, beta, and there's a special type of it's not only male. It's called alpha. I mean beta. No, Sigma. So I'm like that. I'm like that. I'm a very. I'll give you a quick example. Sigma, they're very loyal people. I feel like I was that way growing up. Even to this day, I'm very loyal to. When I give my loyalty to you, that's it. That's absolute. But if you go around talking bad about me and I find out, I cut you off. But I won't tell you if I cut you off. That's what Sigmas do. They cut you off with silence. So I don't go make a scene. I don't say, you know what are you talking about? I just be like, I stop returning your calls. I stop answering. Whatever. You know what I mean? It'll be subtle, but that's it. You get cut off. It's a loyalty thing. So, that's a big a common trait with a Sigma. Is loyalty. Loyalty is a big one. That's a big, like an example, what happened to me and the other guy, and I enjoy live, I enjoy going to a live stream and all that, blah blah blah. But then he posted that nasty thing on Facebook, and that I couldn't deal with that. It was to me, it was unforgivable. It's a loyalty thing. It's a loyalty. And it's also a hypocrisy thing. And that's what happened. And that's why I had to cut him off. And that's I'm always been that type of person. I could be your best friend. I'm loyal to you. But the minute you turn on me, that's it. I cut you off. I'll cut you off. That's it. I'll cut you off. And I won't tell you if I cut you off. You'll know it over time. You'll know it over time. I just won't, And that's what my son, I think he's developing. Because my son is not the type of person that always fights with. You know how many kids out there always say, give me that toy. You give the kid a new toy, and the other kid, there's always another kid, give me. My son was never like that. Thank God he was never like that. He was not needy. He's not a needy kid. He's introverted. He stays in his own lane. He doesn't have to play with anybody. I was the same way when I was little. I didn't have to play with other kids. I didn't care about playing with other kids. I would play by myself. By myself. I had, whatever toys, I would play by myself. Let my imagination run wild. But other kids out there, I seen other kids, oh my God, I look at them like, oh, what the hell's wrong with your kid, man? Why he wants everything other kids want? Nephews. I had nephews like that. Like when I had a new toy, like when my son had, now when my daughter back then, but when my nephews had a new toy, my other nephews would be like, I want that. Like, no, that's his Christmas gift. I want that. And they fight with the kid and all that. And I'm looking at them like, what the hell's wrong with your kid? Why your kid wants everything other kids want? That's the kid. Stay away from that kid when he grows up. That's the kid that's gonna be your frenemy. That's the kid that's gonna always want to outdo you in life later on. You want to stay away from that. That's the opposite of a Sigma. That's a beta. That's like a beta. Beta male or beta, whatever. They follow and they always want everything. They always want to be, they want everything. And then you got your alpha, which they go-getters. They go after, they're super risk takers and all that. That's one thing. I'm not a super risk taker on a lot of things. I'm not stupid with, I don't go skydiving. I don't care for skydiving. I don't care about swimming. I don't want to swim with sharks. I don't care about all that. I never thought about, I would like to go to, I was never that type of person. There's people out there, I want to jump off a plane. Not me, no. Because all it takes is one parachute. All it takes is one time for your parachute to fail and you're gone. That's it. No, thank you. Or want to ride a motorcycle at 150 miles per hour on the highway. I'm not a thrill seeker for that. No. I know a lot of guys that did that. That's dumb. Thrill seeking people. That's not me. I like to stay in my own little lane. I don't want to get the attention, because a lot of women like that stuff too. Oh, this guy has a motorcycle. I'm gonna ride behind him without a helmet, and that's how you get killed. Because I know a couple of them that ended that way too. They ended under a semi truck, motorcycle out of control, under semi truck. Bye bye. Seriously, I was never that type of person. I didn't want to, oh, you want to go parasailing? No, thank you. I'm going to sit right here in the beach and I'm not going to get in that water. Maybe I'll get my feet wet. That's about it. I don't want to meet the sharks. No, thank you. That's me. You see what I'm saying? I never cared about super duper thrill seeking. I never, and that's why he's the same way. He's a chip of the old block. My kid is the same way. He's not going to do that. He's not going to be atrevido. That's a Spanish word for daredevil. Because there's a lot of kids out there that were like that. I'm telling you, I knew one guy, and I was stupid enough to do it one day. Jumping from building to building? I did that. I did it once. And as soon as I landed on the other side, I thought how stupid it was to do that. Because if I would have tripped on that ledge, I would have went down 6 stories. And the other guy, he would just run up and down, building to building. And I only did it once, and he was like, come on. I said, no, it's okay. You know what? I ain't doing that. Hell no. And he kept doing it. And he lucky for him, he never, he's still around. But all it takes is one mistake when you do stuff like that. And he was the type of guy that he would do the subway thing. He would have done the subway surfing. Me, no. I rode between cars, but I would hold on to dear life. I was like, and he would be like, and I would look at him like, well, you're not holding on. Oh, I don't need to hold on. And the train is shaking, and I'm holding with both handles. And I got both feet planted on the between cars. He's on the other car looking at me, just standing there trying to be all cool. All this train needs to do is shake a little bit more. He would have went right between the 2 cars. That's the way he was. He's still around. And then of course he did eventually got busted with the other guy, the whole crime family. They got busted because he was a mule. He became a mule for them. If you don't know what a mule is, it's somebody that transports narcotics and they get paid. That's what he was. He was a delivery. So he would go all the way down to Mexico or Arizona and come back to New York City with the stuff. And he would get paid, cold hard cash. So he was doing that for a few years, and he would look at me and say, you know how much I got in this bag? I got $100,000 in this duffel bag. I could just leave right now and disappear. And I told him, I said, why don't you? Go. He said, nah, but my family's here. They go. I said, well, there you go. I said, well, I said, plus, and I told him, plus, $100,000 is not going to last you forever. I said, well, 100,000 cash is not going to last you forever. You might live good for a year, maybe a year, 6 months to a year, maybe. And then you're going to be back to nothing, And he got busted. He eventually got busted. He had to do, I think he did almost 5 years in federal prison. Then when he came out, he had a parole for another 5 years. Then he had to pay restitution or a fine. I think it was $1 million. He had to pay $1 million. So they take it out of his check every time he works. Every paycheck, they take out restitution. $1 million. It's going to take him the rest of his life to pay off that $1 million fine. And because he was one of those kids. He was one of those kids. He was crazy. He was crazy. He was like that. And thank God my kid, he's very, and a lot of us in this hobby are like that. We're very introverted kids, very solitary. This is a solitary hobby. And that's what saved us. That's what saved me from living that crazy life in the Bronx. Because it could have been me. I could have been in federal. If I would have, if they used to ask me all the time, Danny, they asked me, they say, Danny, I need a bodyguard. I need you to, you're gonna be my bodyguard. Because I used to tune people up. I know how to tune people up, street language. So they wanted me to be like the security enforcer. And I was like, nah, I'm going to school, man. I'm good. Well, you going to be a computer programmer? Yeah, that's right. I'm going to be a computer programmer. I'm good. You going to school? Hey, why you going to school for? You could be driving this car right here. I'm like, it's okay, bro. I'm okay. I love school. I enjoy it. I met my wife at school. Mother of my child now, I met her in school. That would have never happened. I would have kept following them. I would have went to federal prison with them. And then the way I was back then, I would have got hit with multi decades. I would have got hit with 20 years or something. I know I would have got 25 at least or something. Because, we're talking about or I would have got caught with a weapon. Federal charges on weapon charges is crazy. I would have definitely, I think I would have done, I think I still would have been in there right now. This happened back in 2001. I think I still would have been, I think I would have been getting out right now. I would have been like 20-year, 25-year Fed time. Yeah, I probably would have been getting out right now. And I would have been in maximum security because I know myself, if I would have been in there, I would have been one of those people that I know if I would have been in there, ain't nobody gonna, I'm not gonna let nobody, I would have been rolling with somebody. I would have sat at the cafeteria or whatever, and somebody would have tried to take my bread. I would have stuck a fork in their eye. I know I would have done that. That's the type of person I would have been in there. So I would have had more. I would have been one of those people that would have been in solitary. I know the way I am in there, I would have went to another level. Because I would have made it like ain't nobody gonna, I'm not washing nobody's underwear. I would have been like that. Seriously. It's crazy. Because I'm introverted, I'm shy. I could be in solitary. I don't care. I don't gotta be around other people. I'd rather be in solitary. I would have went in solitary. All right. Enough of that. We're done with that. Anyway, but anyway, he's introverted. And you know what? I'm glad he's introverted. Married the extra. I admit I ain't shy and introverted, and I have done risky things in the past too. Yeah, I've done some, but moderate risk. I never done anything outrageous. Like I said, I'm not the type of person that's gonna go skydiving. But yeah, my age, I ain't doing all that. Even swimming. When I get on a boat and they tell me you gotta wear a vest, you know what? Give me the vest. Give me the vest. I'll wear the vest. I don't care. Give me the vest. I'll wear the vest. I'm good. I saw Titanic. Give me the vest. I'll take the vest. You don't want. Oh, you don't look cool with the vest. I don't care. Give me the vest. I'll sweat with the vest. But if you're going out there on a like a fishing boat, yeah, I want to have a vest nearby. Smoking the Cat, can you recommend a good Morse key paddler? I'm not an expert on Morse. I'm just learning. I just started. Of course, in my case, I recommend a straight key. The one I got is from this company, but this is a small one. This is a beginner, small, Let me unplug it from here. But since then, I saw another one that Walt K4AGO, he recommends because he's trying to learn CW2. I bought this one a year ago, about a year ago. This is from, let me see if the name is there. It's metal, it's all metal. It's a straight key, it's not a paddle. From, I'll put the brand right here. No, but I'm gonna show you another one. I'm gonna tell you about another one. So this one is from Pooty Keeg. I bought this. I think I paid about 30 something. It was close to $40 total. This is the one I'm gonna start learning with. Because I recommend that if you're gonna learn CW to use a straight one first, and then the paddle. Now the one that Walt has is from the Zygu. Zygu makes one. Zygu. See, I have a Zygu radio, the G90. Zygu makes. They make one that's a paddle, and then they make a straight key one. So I was looking into that one. It's much bigger. It's a little bigger. So I'm looking into that one. But I bought that one so I could just learn. And I want to start learning CW. Because everybody I ask, they say do the straight key first. Learn straight key first before the paddle. Eventually, I would like to do the paddle, but they recommend do the straight key first. So I'm going by what the consensus recommends. Oh, okay. Smokey the Cat. I don't know much about paddles either, but the straight key I know pretty well. Okay, so if you're good with straight key, then you ready to go to paddles. But the paddle, the one that I don't have one here. Eventually, I may look into that one. It's the Zygu. They have a paddle. It looks very nice. It's a brush, almost the same color metal as this one, but it's made by Zygu, and it's a paddle. They have one that's a paddle. Yeah, it has a nice finish, and the paddles I think are see-through acrylic something. The handles looks very nice. It looks slick, and Zygu makes it. I don't have it here. I don't have the link to it. You go to Radio Oddity website. I think that's where they sell it at. I think they have both. They have the straight key. Eventually I'm gonna get that one, the paddle, when I'm ready. But I want to learn this one first. So you're already ahead of me. So you're ready for that. At some point I would like to get that one. So Zygu, and I think it's a good price. So that's the one that Walt, he was showing both of them on his video. He made a video about a couple of weeks ago or so about the CW. He wanted tips on all that, which one he should do first. But eventually I would like to do the paddle. The paddle. Some people just go like that. You see what I'm saying? So, but yeah, Walt, he has a channel called Coastal Waves and Wires. I subscribe to his channel. He's been on this channel many times. He's been a subscriber of my channel for a few years. We go way back. So definitely check out his channel. He talks about all that there. Because he's getting into that now. CW. So that's where I'm at now. I want to start getting into CW. So that's why I got the G90 over here now. That was originally my FT8. But now I don't have that no more. I just got the keyer connected to my radio now. I played around with it. It's a simple setup. Of course, the G90 has a CW decoder, so that's going to help me out. Decoding. And then of course, I got my FT 9918. So, of course, this one is going to be single sideband, FTA, all the good stuff. But this one is CW only. I want to have this one. I want to have them separately. And plus, it's only up to 20 watts on the the G90. So CW, you don't need much. So 20 watts max on the G90. And I'm a technician, so if I want to do more HF, I have to do CW. So you see, that's my motivation too. Until I get my general, that's my motivation to work HF more, is CW. So that's why I want to try to do. I'm going to try to get more HF or CW, So let me go back up here. Let me read a couple of. Okay, there goes my mouse. So yeah. Keegan DX, sir. I think even the police may gotten onto the trouble kid by then. Yeah, usually, it starts very early. Listen, folks. I know from experience, kids that I grew up with, the kids that usually have, you could tell, the kids that have always disciplinary problems when they're young, those are the ones that they're going to be, in the future, they're the ones that are going to wind up going through the system. It's unfortunate. That's what happened to me. The ones I grew up with, I knew right away, growing up, to say, okay, this kid he's always doing bad stuff. And then later on, it caught up to him. You got to understand, when they have no consequences, either the parents don't punish them or they don't discipline them or whatever, they go on to do worse things. Yeah. Kicking Nicks, I remember a former classmate that was taller than me, as tall as my teacher, if not more. He would always make fun of me laughing. That sucks. Anyway, too much laffy taffy. LOL. Yeah. Yeah, he probably was a bully. Bully or smart ass. Or smart ass, Yeah. Keegan, I was shy when I was little. I was the same way. I was very shy, man. I was really. That's why when I do live stream now, I'm amazed that I broke out of my shell. But yeah, I was very shy. I was extremely shy when I was a kid. I think for me, everything changed once I went in the Air Force. Even though before that, I was still already, a little outgoing party guy. But I think the Air Force really gave me more confidence within. I think the military, if you like confidence and you go in the military, it'll change your life. Because you're gonna have so much, you gotta have nothing but confidence to go through the military. So you're gonna find it within. That's what happened to me. Yeah. So let me go down here. Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So Smokey the Cat. Yeah, I would just look into the Zygu one. Because they can get very pricey quickly, and for me, I'm basically the beginner. My goal is to get 15 words a minute. That's my goal. My goal is to, yeah, exactly. You're exactly military. There you go. Smoking the Cat. You're forced to interact in the military, so you can't help it but adapt. Yeah, exactly. Oh, then now you're gone. Exactly. Yeah. But it gave me a lot of confidence, especially in terms of like career. Like at that time I had no idea what I wanted to do. I had just got my GED and I was kind of limbo what I wanted to do with my life. And then when I saw the movie Top Gun, I said I wanted to go in the Navy or the Air Force. But then the Navy, my brother was in the Navy. I can't swim a lick. So I said the Navy is going to be a hard one for me. I just can't swim. I can't swim. I'm like a rock. You put a rock in the water, I sink. So swimming was not going to happen for me. So then I said, I thought about the Marine Corps, but the Marine Corps, the aviation, I wanted to do something with aviation. So the next logical step was the Air Force. And then the Air Force was, of course, physical is nothing. Air Force is, that's what happened. They have the best standard of living. And also, it was the most technical out of all of them. So I became an Air Force. I became a jet engine mechanic. I scored high on the ASVAB on the mechanical part. And I did well on the math part. I did well on the, but mechanical was the highest part for me. And they told me, hey, listen, you score high in the mechanic, we could recommend you to do a jet engine mechanic. I say, I'll take it. So I became a jet engine mechanic. I went to boot camp, of course, boot camp, like every other boot camp, every other person in boot camp, have their ups and downs. I graduated from boot camp. I went to Chanute Air Force Base in Rantoul, Illinois, for jet engine mechanic training. And then I graduated. I became a jet engine mechanic. And that was my career. That was my job, jet engine mechanic. Greatest job in the world. Well, actually, it wasn't that for me. Plus, by then, I was looking into computers. I decided to go into computing. I always wanted to be funny thing you say that. Halfway through, I was like, I saw the potential of technology, computer programming. Because back then, after that, I got my first Commodore. My first computer was a Commodore 64. And the inner geek in me just came out, really, really came out. That was my calling. Yeah, I could have been working at an airline. Who knows what? I could have been a mechanic, FAA, certification, all that good stuff. And I kind of looked into that for a while. But then I saw that it was going to be a lot more money to go into the airline industry as a mechanic or whatever, or private industry, I don't know, whatever. The potential to make more money in technology was much better. Easier job too. So I went into a computer school, got my certificate. Then I went to college. I got my degree in computer science, associate degree in computer science. Then I went to get my bachelor's. I got my bachelor in information system. And I had good tech jobs. I made a lot more money, a lot easier than working, working with the engines, working with on some hangar, But if I look back on it now, I probably would have done a little differently. But I don't regret getting into tech. The 90s was a great decade for if you was a tech guy. And then after 2000, there was too much competition. A lot of foreign workers came over, visa, whatever, undercutting, a tech job, easily you can make 60 a year, 50 a year. I mean, doing what you really love. Like when you was doing, even, and if you was a network admin, you was making more. I became a network admin. I know tech jobs now is hard. Now there's a lot of competition. But in the 90s, you was making good money in the tech industry. You make good money. A lot more money than you would have made as a jet engine mechanic. It was. And then after 2000, right before especially the dot-com boom, right before 2000, that's when you made even more money because companies were coming up out of nowhere and they had all this capital, venture capital money. So, you could easily make 80, 70, 80, depending. I had a couple of jobs that I didn't get that I would have made life-changing money. Like IBM. IBM didn't hire me. I could have been working for IBM. Who knows what that role would have took? Microsoft, then Google, and then after 2001, I couldn't get a job for anything. I was depressed. I was crazy. I was like, I have all this shit on my resume, and they were giving that job to someone from India. Half of what you make, half of what you would have made, they give it to somebody from India. A lot of it was like that. A lot of people that were hiring. It's crazy. It's like the equivalent to the labor jobs. When I worked as a laborer. I remember they didn't hire. Now they hire, South Americans. I'm gonna say it. You know what I mean? Back then, when I worked as a laborer, it was a bunch of union guys. Since the construction happened in my neighborhood, they had to hire local neighborhood guys. There was a quota. Union guys, but the laborers got to hire some local guys. So I was one of them, me and my brother, because we had power. We had some power tools. We had the electric jackhammer. We had other tools. So they wound up hiring me and him, and then another guy, a local guy. That's the way it was back then. We're talking about the 90s. Now, when you look at these constructions down in New York City, everywhere, even everywhere, Mexican, South American, whatever, they get paid. They undercut. They're making like nothing. But they break their back for 12, 14 hours. You can't compete with that. That's what happened, bro. As a fact, people don't want to say that, but I say it here. That's what happened. Same thing happened in the tech industry. They started bringing all these people over. And then it got worse when they started outsourcing it. The call centers. That was it. Because I even done customer service. I done customer service work, bro. And let me tell you something. Even that now. And now they're going to AI. I connected to AI customer service. So now there's AI customer service. I forgot. I called the other day. I called Optimum. No. It wasn't Optimum. My bad. I called, Chime. I have Chime debit card, right? I called Chime. It was all AI. All AI. All right? Voice and everything, female voice, everything, AI. No live person. But I got through. But it was AI because there was an issue with the card. I couldn't, and they had an outage that day. There was an outage on Chime, on the app. So a lot of people were calling AI all the way. First level, second level, and then finally, when I spoke to, you're gonna speak to a live person. It was an AI person, a woman, and she was, asking me questions. And she said, "Oh, you're experiencing outage. This is going on. Well, we could call you back when the app is working again." And I said, "Okay." And then an hour later, they called me back. They left me a text. "Oh, the app is back online." Okay. And it was AI. It's crazy. Yeah. Let me go back up here. Okay, what's up with my mouse, man? Okay, let me go back up here. Okay, so I read all that. Let me go back down here. Yeah. That's a nice finish. N3 WER ham radio Elmer. N4 NTO dies after being electrocuted POTA, putting up an antenna live wires. Well, I don't do POTA. I don't have time for it. I have I'm a stay-home dad. At some point, maybe in the future, I would like to do some of it, but I'm not a POTA guy. I don't really care for it, and if when I'm outside, I better do better. I do. I have enough radio here. I do enough radio. And of course, I have my son. I have my wife. POTA is good for some. I just don't. I just don't see myself as a POTA guy. I'm trying to. What's the fascination about it? I just don't see. Because I like to, at one point, when I'm out there, I don't want to play with radios. I want to relax. I want to enjoy the scenery. I want to, like when I go to the beach, I remember when I lived in the Bronx, I would walk to Orchard Beach. Of course, Orchard Beach is one of the beaches you don't want to get in the water. But I like to sit at the boardwalk. I like to look at the beach, at the people having fun. I like to look at, you know what I mean? I don't mind looking at, I'm being honest, I'm a dude, I'm a guy. I can see some nice looking lady, whatever. I keep it to myself, I like to see people interact. That's good enough for me. I don't want to have radio and be there. I don't want to do all that. I have a time for that. This is what this is. The shack is for radio. When I'm outside, that I don't want that to be radio either. So I think POTA's a little too much. I get why some people do it. Because they have it's like they want to check off every park and all that. I get all that. Me, I don't care about that. To be honest, I don't care. It's just me. I'm not knocking it. It's just me. There's so many hours in the day you can do so much radio, and then you have to kind of like, you know what? Separate. It's like a phone. It's like when you go on vacation and they tell you to put away your phone. POTA's the same thing. You're going to a nice place or a quiet park. Do you have to do radio too there? Really? I mean, maybe it's just me. I don't know. I mean, just me. I don't know. Especially when you get older. Time is very limited as you get older. Yeah. Smokey the Cat. Yes, that's also that you were that there were plenty of contracts to put after you. Yeah, there was a couple of them, and then also another thing that happened to me is after 2000, I did a career change, and it happened to be by luck. I got into the rail car industry, transportation industry, because I have computer experience and I have mechanical experience. So the MTA was rolling out a new subway car, and they contacted me for the job. They say, "Hey, Danny, looks like you have the experience to mechanical." And it was to roll out the new subway cars back in 2001. So I had to take a little written test to do schematics. I aced that test, and I got the job. I was working on the new subway cars with the MTA. And it was paying good money. That made good money. By the way, today, that's good money. Transportation industry is good money. And you don't need no certifications for all that. Like when you work on a jet engine, you got to be certified. When you're working on a subway car, you don't need to be certified for anything. So that's what saved me. So all these years after that, I've been working on subway cars or commuter trains. I went into the transportation industry because it was mechanical and electrical and computers. And then I wanted to work in a Kawasaki rail car. I worked for Bombardier, a Canadian company up in Quebec, French Canadian company. They also got bought out by Alstom. So they make a lot of trains worldwide. Then I went to Kawasaki Rail Car. There's a company right here. There's factories right here in Yonkers. I worked for them 3 times already. 3 separate occasions I worked for them. The first time I worked for them for a couple of years, then I left to go back into tech. That was a mistake. I should have stood at Kawasaki. I probably would have been retiring. Kawasaki now. But I get calls all the time for that stuff. Work on a Amtrak contractor or CSX. Well, not CSX. Amtrak, Metro North, Long Island Railroad. Contractor jobs. So yeah, you always use one experience to get you to the next one. So that helped me. That jet engine mechanic in the Air Force, that's the mechanical part. And then of course I had the computer degrees, and then I passed on the electrical. Then in there I started doing more electrical work. I started doing more mods, wiring mods on the subway cars. I know I installing CCTV cameras on the cars. I was assembling, final assembly here in Yonkers. I worked in the plant, final assembly on a whole bunch of subway cars. I worked on the Long Island Railroad M9, the M9. That's the car. I worked on the R142 trains in New York City. That's already 20 years old now. R160 subway cars. I worked on the field. That I was in this train station for a couple of weeks or so. I was in the Bronx, Pelham's train station for 8 months. I worked in the Coney Island train yard for a few months. I've been all over. I got a lot of experience with the transit. So anyway, if I move to any city, I could apply for a transit job because all subway cars are similar. They're all similar in terms of how they work. Even around the world, I watch videos on trains all around the world. I've been watching Dubai subway lately because I love the city of Dubai. I would like to go there one day. I don't know if I'm going to be able to because of my status and all that crap. In terms of passport, that nonsense. But, I could work anywhere on transportation, subway cars or commuter trains, because I done it now. I done it, I done warranty work on it. That's troubleshooting. Warranty is troubleshooting. A lot of it is on the screen. It's diagnostic. Everything's on the screen. You just punch in the maintenance screen and it tells you what's wrong with this. Then you got to replace the component. It sounds, it's good money. It's good money. I mean, you can make good money. Transportation, you make good money. Train, that alone, you could make good money. Working on subway rail systems and all that, electric rail systems. Even of course, if you want to get into the diesel train, that's the freight train, the CSX, all that. That's if you could get into that, that's good money right there too. But I was doing the electric. So we're talking about high voltage, 600 volt. That's what the train runs in New York City, 600 volts. The commuter trains run on 750 DC. I got videos of pictures of my own. If I ever go, I might go back to that one day soon. I get calls, but I'm looking for the right opportunity. I really want to work nights. I could be home during the day with my son for now. And I might do a live stream from a train yard one day. Nobody's looking. Okay, let me do a 20-minute live stream. Maybe I go back to the plant right here in Yonkers. Yonkers plant is right there, walking distance from my house. It's like a 25-minute walk. I used to walk to work right there in Yonkers. Kawasaki Rail Yard. So, I couldn't find tech work no more, but I went into transportation. My wife too, we had the same degree. We met in college. She went into healthcare. So, you got to adapt. I tell people all the time, The average person is going to go through at least 6 career changes in their life. Some days that you work at a company for 40 years and you get the gold watch, some days have been over. They've been over. You're going to go through at least 6 career changes in a lifetime. So you may start at jet engine mechanic, but I didn't end up as one. Right now I can do transportation. I get calls all the time for customer service. To be do customer service over the phone. But I just don't want it. I don't like the opportunity, the ones that I see. I say, nah, I'll pass on that. Because I got LinkedIn and Indeed and all that. So they contact me. They were like, oh, I saw your resume. We would like talk to you about this opportunity. Okay, and what is it? And okay, no, what, I'll pass. But yeah, you have to adapt. You have to adapt. And now you have AI. You're going to compete. You can't. What are you going to compete with AI? Unless you know how to code some AI. You see what I'm saying? I'm learning that now. I'm doing all this right now. Look, all this I'm doing. I'm learning. My son knows a lot more. He's doing all this stuff. AI, how to implement AI, how to use AI for whatever. And AI is, I know AI is terrible, but that's what people gonna, that's what it is now. Same thing with, by the way, also, for example, I applied for jobs and, I got interviewed for a few of them. Repairing signal maintainer is a good paying job. If you can get a job as signal maintainer, that means maintaining the signals on the transit system. That's good money. That's $100,000 a year. And you just got to know electrical, how to use a few diagnostic tools, and that's it. And you track safety. You're gonna be walking in the tunnels. My friend does that, and he's doing. He knows more electrical than I. He's really, but he got that job later on in life. He's making good money. He's making $100K a year easily. New York City Transit as a signal maintainer. That's good money. And this guy was not the handiest person in the world. But you know what got him over the top? He knows electrical. And that's what it took. He aced that part and he got in. And now he's about to retire. He's already been there, what? No, he started late. So I think he's halfway. He's about 10 years now. 10 years. He's about 10, 12 years in already. New York City Transit, signal maintainer. You always going to go through career changing. And you know what he did before that? He worked in hospitals all his life. Being orderly, transport, maintenance, cleaning. And then finally, I told him years ago, I say, listen, you know electrical. You went to Gompers High School in the Bronx. That's electrical. Electrical. And he's good at math. He's very good at math. I say, and I think finally he said, what, I'm gonna go for the signal maintainer job. And he's doing good. He's doing good. I ran into him a few years ago. I saw him at an Outback restaurant over here. I ran into him. And we took a picture together. But he's doing good, And that's why I keep telling people, you gotta be able to adapt. You can't stay rigid. Like you got these college kids now, they borrow like 6 figures for a degree. I'm gonna tell you, you're probably never gonna use like me. I never really done computer programming. I never, I done other stuff, but the degree, the paper was to get me through the door, to say, yeah, he's smart enough that he can do any job. That's what the degree basically does for me. Am I gonna do programming now at age 58? No. Yeah, because I studied old programming language, things like that. You know, uh, and I also done web servers on the side. I done all that. I had my own business. I was running web servers, so I gave it a good run for 10 years until finally it wasn't profitable, and I did that at home. So even though I was out of work here, I was still having an income. I still had an income. It's like now this is us. This is Web 3.0, social media. I'm starting, I don't make much here, but I'm starting to make a little income here. Now, in 5 more years, who knows? Maybe that income could be enough to pay off some bills while I collect my retirement. You always got to try different ways to bring income in. You cannot rely on one source of income. You cannot rely on one source of income. That is asking for trouble. Always try to have multiple streams. Of course, my wife and I, we have dividend stocks, stockpiling dividend stocks. Some of them pay monthly dividends. Some of them pay quarterly dividends. In 10 more years, when she decides to retire, that's income. That's going to be income coming into, you get your Social Security, you got your pension or your 401k or 453B, whatever. And then you got your dividends. And who knows, maybe by then, I have my channel might be doing better. I have other channels that I might be doing better than this channel. There's always different. Of course, we rent rooms upstairs, although I'm not renting the last couple of years. I could, by then, might move into another house, rent out this house completely. You always got to think about, generating that revenue, steady income streams from different sources. Everything starts small, but you got to keep, yeah, wise words, yeah. Life balance is smart, yeah. And I was one of them. When I was young, I was like, I'm going to get a degree. I'm going straight into IBM. That didn't happen to me. I thought, I was disillusioned at the time. I thought I was going to get a degree, high GPA. I was going to go straight into IBM, and that's it. That didn't happen to me. I had to work at this company for a while. I did, financial service company called Business Wire. I worked for them for a couple of years. I was doing a lot of, document editing and all that stuff. It was a tech job, but it's more editing. But I learned a lot about the news industry with that job. About news industry, about financial news, so I could work in a newsroom. You see what I'm saying? So I could apply for a newsroom job because now I know how that works. That's the way that system works. Then I worked for 311 as an operator, as a 311 operator. I know how that system works. So a lot of cities got 311 or 411 or whatever as a call operator. I can even work for 911 because I done emergencies too. So if I wanted to, I could apply for a 911 operator because I already know the system. They have a system. They have systems for all that. And that's something, you're going to learn over experience. A lot of these young kids, their expectation is too high. They think they're going to borrow all this money and right out the gate, they're going to get the tech job. It's so competitive out there now. People joke about it. You're probably going to be waiting tables for the next few years before you get that first good job. Like my son, I would not tell him to go to college now. I would tell him to go to trade school first. When my son is older and he says, my wife tries to push college, I said, no, son, you don't want to go. You don't have to go to college. If you want, go to the military. Go to the Air Force or Reserve, whatever. You could do Reserve, National Guard, or go to a trade school first. Because I want my son to be in debt. You go to these colleges now, these people coming out with $250,000 in debt. That's no way to start a life. 6 figures in debt. That's crazy. I wouldn't do that now. Kids now, you don't need to go to college to get a good job. As a matter of fact, companies now they're even posting it. No degree necessary. If you have comparable experience, now that even Google now, they're hiring people without a degree. Remember, Mark Zuckerberg is a billionaire without a degree. Bill Gates never graduated from college. So it's not that important to have a degree. You see what I'm saying? So keep that in mind. So where am I now? 4 hours and 4 minutes. I'm going to sign off now. I've been on for 4 hours. That's a pretty good run. I just want to say, everybody, thank you for watching. And RT08, I had to call United last night. My ground transportation changed. AI is terrible. Yeah, AI is everywhere, bro. AI is here to stay. And when you call customer service now it's getting AI. It's turning AI. I had AI the other day for my Chime debit card. So anyway, I'm going to sign off now. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Have a great rest of the weekend. Good night, everybody. And take care, everybody. All right. Good night, everybody. Good night.